Ladies and gentlemen, it has been quite some time, but welcome back to Freeman Motorsports for the South Carolina 400 from Florence Motor Speedway. We have a star-studded starting lineup for tonight's main event, 250 laps coming your way, guys. Right now, the mini stock feature is wrapping up. Just one lap left in that. It's currently led by AJ Sanders. You can see the leaderboard up next to me. If you guys want to keep track of things on the leaderboard on your own, go to My Race Tracker, I believe the website is called, and you can just find pretty much every race in America happening, or pretty much across the world, and you can find your leaderboard there if you want to find where your driver's running, if he's further down in the top 10. But that is right. The main feature is coming up in just about, I'd say, maybe 30-ish minutes. They're going to have some procedures and stuff to go through. We did this race last year, and it was quite a success, so thanks to everybody tuning in again if you tuned in for that one. Obviously, some of you guys are probably checking in on Dale Earnhardt Jr. as he's racing in this event, as well as some other NASCAR drivers like Josh Williams, who just announced that he'll be moving to Colleague full-time in the NASCAR Xfinity Series. That's a big upgrade for him. And, yeah, anyways, more coming your way. I'm just going to check the audio and some other things. Let me know in the chat what your thoughts are. So this is kind of a more jerry-rigged setup tonight. I'm back on break from college, so just kind of threw some things together and was like, why not? Let's do a live stream. So, yeah, thanks to everybody watching. Subscribe if you haven't already. And, yeah, welcome back to Freeman Motorsports. This is a total domination of a mini stock feature by AJ Sanders. Hey, Ben Stofert, thanks for subscribing. Sorry if I mispronounce any names, things like that. I'll probably end up doing it again at some point. Obviously, I mainly watch NASCAR, Formula One, other, more professional forms of motorsport that get the mainstream media coverage. So if I mispronounce your favorite driver's name, please feel free to correct me in the chat, but also keep in mind I try my first attempt ever saying these names. So, but let me know in the chat. Are you here to watch Dale, or what's your which driver are you keeping track of in tonight's main event? We'll bring you the starting lineup here shortly. Okay, the audio seems all good on my end. So, yeah, we're just going to get back into this main broadcast, if you will. Like I said, it's my first time back in the saddle in quite some time, so if I make some mistakes, please show me some mercy. All right. Yeah, the main feature will be coming up here shortly. The mini stocks, which is the last of the preliminary features, has just finished up. Congratulations to AJ Sanders in the 24. You got the leaderboard of that race still up. And, yeah, the starting lineup will be switching over for the, super late model feature coming up here shortly. All right, then. We can go through your starting lineup, though, in tonight's main event. Starting on pole, Sam Yarbrough is starting off on the pole position. Into his outside, Josh Berry will roll off in second. Then on row number 2, you have Matt Cox and Casey Kelly. Row 3, Cade Brown and Ronnie Bassett Jr. In row number 4, Brendan Queen, last year's winner of the South Carolina 400 after a very hectic night. That was honestly probably one of my favorite races of all of 2022. Hopefully it is the same in 2023. Yeah, and starting to his outside, Jacob Hefner. In row number 5, right now at your top 10, Connor Zilch. If I mispronounce that name, please forgive me. And then Trent Barnes. In row number 6, Carson Quaffle, the son of ex-NASCAR driver Travis Quaffle, driving for Junior Motorsports late model program. And then to his outside is Laney Buse. And then in row number 7, Riley Gentry and Caden Honeycutt. William Swalich and Landon Huffman in the next row. And then Justin Milliken and Brandon Pierce. That is, let me go. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Okay, yeah, and then row number 10, Doug Barnes and Josh Williams. Row 11, Cody Kelly and Zach Miracle. Row 12, Tristan McKee and Stephen Nassy. Row 13, Carter Langley and Dale Earnhardt Jr. Row 14, Josh Dickens and Adam McCumbee. Row 15, Anthony Adams and Boo Boo Dalton. And row number 16, Travis Truett and Truett Miranda. Well, that's an interesting lineup right there. Row 17, Mark Wirtz and Casey Wyatt. Row 18, Bryant Barnhill and Landon Huffman. Row 19, I believe, Stuart Ricks and Paul Owens. And row 20, Katie Hedinger and Stacy Puryear. All right, then. All right, we have 2 Landon Huffmans in this race. That is interesting. And also we have a Travis Truitt and a Truitt Miranda. So, 2 Truitts. Yeah, let me know in the chat who you're keeping track of. Jeffrey Giondo, NASCAR 2024. Yeah, we'll try to do some live streams in 2024. We'll kind of just see where things are at. I'm in college right now, so that's kind of a change up from years past. I appreciate it if you drop a like and subscribe. We'll be bringing you the main feature here in a little bit. Put up a poll here in the chat. What are your guys' thoughts? So, yes, we have the 250-lap main feature event for the South Carolina 400 coming up here in just a short time. We finished up the preliminary events for tonight. Now, last year, we ended up kind of going live for this. I didn't really know what to anticipate, and we kind of streamed a lot of the preliminary events, and honestly, there were so many cautions, especially in the preliminaries, as well as the main feature, that I don't think we ended till about 1:30 in the morning. I mean, I'm down for that tonight, I guess, but hopefully this race isn't quite as hectic, at least in that manner. Last year's race was chaos. You had spinning for the lead, dumping runs all over the place. Dale Jr. was involved in a couple of accidents, had to go to the rear. And, yeah, it was an amazing nail-biter that came down to the end where Brendan Queen ended up getting the victory in the 03. He is entered in this race once again, rolling off from, I believe, the 8th position? 7th position, my bad. But yeah, quite a few stars in this tonight's race, at least in the NASCAR world. I'm not as educated on mainstream media. Or on, I'm sorry. What in the world is that? Okay, never mind. So, anyway, so some stars in tonight's main event. Josh Berry will roll off from 2nd. He's going to be running in the NASCAR Cup Series next year full-time in Stuart Haas. Ronnie Bassett Jr. rolls off from the 6th position. He's also made some NASCAR Xfinity Series starts over the years. Carson Quaffle, somebody in the Junior Motorsports development pipeline, so I would not be shocked to see him making some NASCAR Xfinity Series starts in the coming years. Caden Honeycutt, who has bounced around quite a few Truck Series teams. Hopefully he gets a good ride for the 2024 season. He is definitely an underrated driver, always getting the most out of his equipment. William Sawalich is another who's made some starts, I believe, in ARCA for Venturini Motorsports this past year. Josh Williams, of course, just made the big news that he's driving for Kaulig in 2024 in the Kaulig Xfinity Series number 11. Then, obviously, Dale Jr. cannot be overlooked. Right, the biggest name on this entry list by a country mile. And yeah, that rounds out all your NASCAR-related drivers in tonight's event. But we'll be trying to keep you as updated as best we can on any news happening on the ground. I'll be doing my live play-by-play to the race. I have the race on my TV, and I'll try to keep you guys in the loop as best I can. Looking at the poll in the chat, we got a few votes. Most of y'all here, Dale, yeah? No Dale knows, really? We got 13 y'all watching right now. I appreciate it. I'll try to keep you guys plugged in as best I can. Now, keep in mind, this isn't really any professional grade event. This is still just your normal, typical short track. So some of the time in between features does get dragged out by just things happening. It's not like they have a crew of, dozens of paid officials orchestrating what's happening. What position is Dale starting in? Well, I'll update you on that promptly. And okay. Oh, that's the wrong year. And I don't think I've got. Oh, here. I can tell you. I just have to do math. Here we go. Well, he's starting closer towards the back, which he did do that last year, but he was able to work his way up into the top 10. I think almost into the top 5, I believe. But he got caught up in a few different incidents throughout the night. Ended up having to go to the rear once or twice. So, yes. We'll go through starting lineup one more time. Probably not going to be the last time either. So you got Sam Yarbrough starting on pole. He was one of the guys to be in last year's event before getting tangled up in a few different on-track incidents. Josh Berry rolls off second. And then on row 2, Matt Cox and Casey Kelly. And row number 3, Cade Brown and Ronnie Bassett Jr. Row 4, the defending winner, Brendan Queen and Jacob Hefner. And row number 5, Connor Zilch and Trent Barnes. Row 6, Carson Quaffle and Laney Buse. Sorry if I mispronounced some names. Row 7, Riley Gentry and Caden Honeycutt. Rolling off in row number 8, William Swallich and Landon S. Huffman. There are 2 Landon Huffmans in tonight's event. Row number 9, Justin Milliken and Brandon Pierce. Row 10, Doug Barnes and Josh Williams. Row number 11, Cody Kelly and Zach Miracle. Row 12, Tristan McKee and Stephen Nassy. Row number 13, Carter Langley and Dale Jr. So Dale Jr. rolls off from 26th. There you go. But just beyond that, and row number 14, Josh Dickens and Adam McCumbee. Row number 17, Anthony Adams and Boo Boo Dalton. Row number 18, Travis Truitt and Truitt Miranda. Row number 19, Mark Wirtz and Casey Wyatt. And row 20, Bryant Barnhill and Landon Huffman. Row number 21, Stuart Ricks and Paul Owens and Katie Henninger and Stacy Purier are row number 22. So full field, 44 cars in tonight's event, so lap traffic obviously going to be a factor. Who can negotiate it the best is probably going to have a great shot at winning tonight's event. C. Bundy are here for Butterbean and Landon Huffman, as well as Mark Wirtz. All right, I'll try to keep you updated as best I can on them. I'll scroll around the top 10 on the leaderboard when I can. The leaderboard currently still has the results from the mini stock feature up. I think we're still a little ways away from getting an official green flag. The cars are getting pulled out onto the front straightaway for essentially kind of just, they're parking there to do a little show off for the fans. So we'll see how long it is before we get the green flag. Try and get an update somewhere on Twitter, maybe for a start time. And okay.
With even more peppermint flavor. It's the tastiest, mintiest way to cheers the holidays. 'Tis the season to treat yourself with any $1 medium latte.
Okay, so don't really have an update there for you quite yet, but on the start time. But they're going to be going over the starting order on the Brain broadcast here shortly. So if I made any mistakes, I'll be letting you know about that. But yeah, Butterbean really kept it interesting last year, kind of just making his way through all the chaos, not being taken out in some of the incidents that involved Sam Yarbrough, and I can't quite remember the other driver that was also tangled up in that event numerous times. But there was somebody that got spun, then drove back through, spun the guy, and then that guy parked it on the front stretch and let the track crew tow his car off. So that was pretty entertaining. Woo. Hey, we just got another new subscriber. I appreciate it. If there's usually a little dinosaur that'll pop up on the screen. I don't know why it's a dinosaur, but it pops up on the screen when people subscribe. And if it doesn't do it when you subscribe, don't take it personal. Just sometimes it doesn't do it. But yeah. All right. Hey, we're up to 10 likes. I appreciate it. Hey, let me know in the chat if you were tuned in last year and you're tuned in again this year. Last year, this stream was one of our biggest events of the year, and honestly, probably the last big stream I've had. I really haven't been that active in 2023. I think roughly 8,000 of y'all end up tuning in throughout the course of the evening's events. Hey, so far, I've already had about 65 of y'all to come in here, so appreciate it. Everybody who's popped in, said hello, dropped a like, maybe subscribed. Hey, and there's one more. Appreciate it. If you don't get the dinosaur on screen, let me know in the chat, and I'll try and give you a shout-out. Hey, Mark, how has it been? Your pick for tonight is a 75 of Landon Huffman. I'd also like to see Landon Huffman do good. Obviously, if you guys don't know, you should check out Landon Huffman's YouTube channel. That's probably how most people know him. That's how most people probably become a fan of him, honestly. But he has some great content over there, so take a moment to go check it out if you haven't already. Kind of gives you a bit more of a background view into what it's like to operate a small race team. But yeah, so appreciate everybody tuning in. So they're still bringing the cars out for the procession to start the race, giving some highlights to some smaller drivers. Usually when you get this type of TV coverage. Yeah, so Sam Yarbrough starting on pole. Josh Berry will start second. Obviously, I think Josh Berry's going to be one of the main contenders in tonight's event, as basically the reason he even has a ride in the NASCAR Cup Series is because of how good of a late model driver he is. But yeah, I know there are a lot of people in here tonight rooting for Dale Jr. Keep your expectations mildly reasonable. Dale Jr. has not been, racing full time in quite some time, and now he has picked up his racing schedule in the late model scene over the past year, but still, I mean, obviously he's got some talent left in him because he's qualifying his way into these races and keeping it somewhat competitive. Is yet to really, I think, contend for a win in these late model starts, but who knows, tonight may be the night. Last year, he kind of did a good job of, in the first half at least, of avoiding the chaos and slowly working his way through the field. And then he got caught up in some events later on. I think if that same thing can happen tonight, except he can avoid getting caught up in some of those later messes, I think a top 10, maybe even a top 5 is definitely on the table. It's just about avoiding the chaos here tonight at Florence Motor Speedway. 250 laps this year, which is extended from last year's 200-lap main feature. So even more of an endurance race. And there we go. Hey, we're up to 3,463 subscribers. I appreciate it, guys. Already gotten 4 new of y'all to join in since the start of the night. Appreciate it. It has been quite some time since we've been live, so especially if you're an older subscriber tuning in again, I haven't been live in months. So thanks for popping in anyways. Interesting to see, though, he got the number 11, which is being driven tonight by Josh Williams, who just announced he'll be driving the number 11 for Colic Motorsports. And they've already got that Alloy Services sponsorship all over that car. Most of these smaller teams, most of these late model teams don't really have a big primary sponsors because, it's just your typical short track racing. A lot of this is out of pocket. And hey, look at that, the leaderboard switching over, which means we are just about to be getting that. Look at Josh Williams is the first one to pop up. But yeah, they're going to start generating these names in here for the leaderboard for tonight's main event. And they are about to do the starting lineup here. And I will be doing it as well. Oh, his mic is out. Bro, his mic is rough. They got him hooked up to. So you got rounding out your field tonight on the rear. You got Stacy Purier, and she'll be starting in the 41st position. And then on row number 20, they got Katie Hettinger and Paul Owens. Row number 19, Stuart Ricks and Landon Huffman. Now keep in mind there are 2 Landon Huffmans in tonight's race, so I still got it. And that is the Landon Huffman that has the YouTube channel driving the 75. So if you want to keep an eye on that, there you go. But then just ahead of him, you got Bryant Barnhill and Casey Wyatt. And then, yes, on the next row, you have Mark Wirtz and Truett Miranda. And then you have Travis Truett and Boo Boo Dalton, Anthony Adams and Adam McCumbee, Josh Dickens and Dale Earnhardt Jr., Carter Langley and Stephen Nasty, Tristan McKee and Zach Miracle, Cody Kelly and Josh Williams, Doug Barnes and Brandon Pierce, Justin Milliken and Landon S. Huffman, then William Swalich and Caden Honeycutt, Riley Gentry and Laney Buse, Carson Quaffle and Trent Barnes, Connor Zilch and Jacob Hefner, Brendan Queen and Bronny Bassett Jr., Cade Brown and Casey Kelly, Matt Cox, and then Josh Berry and Sam Yarbrough on the front row. Yeah, Josh Williams really did land a nice ride. Nasty's one to watch. All right. Hey, if you guys want to fill me in on who are the underdogs or who are the guys to keep an eye on, let me know. I am, frankly, I have very minimal knowledge when it comes to this racing scene. So if you guys want to fill me in on anything you know, any insider information, feel free to plug me in the chat. Got 20 all watching right now. I appreciate it. To Stephen Nasty rolling off 24th. Underdog, somebody I guess just mentioned to watch. But yeah, if you guys got anything you want to talk about in the chat that's racing related, obviously you have the Formula 1 Las Vegas Grand Prix happening later tonight, 1 a.m. my time, Eastern time. So probably won't be staying up for that one. But maybe watch it back tomorrow. Or at least watch back the opening lap. Air Doug, another one of these drivers that's got a bit of a YouTube channel following behind him. Bit of a social media presence. Brendan, so Mark, okay, is Connor Hall not here? C. Bundy, Connor Hall is not in this race. Brendan Queen probably the best, along with Stephen Nasty, Landon Huffman, but is anyone's race. Yeah, I think that was one of the most entertaining things about last year's South Carolina 400. They're not comer and goers throughout the night, or people that are able to work their way from the back to the front, and they would maybe fade and then end up near the front again in the late going. And I think that's only going to be even more present in tonight's race because it's 250 laps, a whole 50 laps longer, 25% more than last year's race. So I can't even imagine what we're going to see tonight. And last year's race really started to build up the carnage as we got closer and closer to the end. It felt like they could not go green for more than 3 or 4 laps at a time. From about 50-ish laps to go to the end, it was just straight chaos, and we had a total shuffling of the field. Brendan Queen, the eventual winner, I don't even think was running within the top 5 when that string of cautions began. So a lot of it's going to be just about surviving the night, not making too many enemies, and then just being there at the end, capitalizing, and getting the victory. This race has really turned into one of the most prestigious late model races of the year. Dale Jr. once again attempting it after making his first start in the event last year. And last year he was not really a contender for the win, but made some good progress throughout the night, but then was caught up in a few incidents, some of his own causing, and that ended up pretty much taking him out of contention. I think keeping your cool will also be important tonight. I believe it was actually Stephen Nasse and Sam Yarbrough that got into it in the late going a decent amount, and they pretty much essentially took each other out of contention. Can't make too many enemies too early on, just like I said. You got to be smart with your aggression. Hey, we got 20 people in here. Feel free to like it and subscribe. Let's get this thing up to 20 likes. The main feature will be coming your way shortly, as they're currently going through the starting procedures here at Florence Motor Speedway. 41 cars entered into tonight's main event. We've already made our way through 2 preliminary features. Now we just got one more coming your way. Your front row is Josh Berry in the 62, and on the pole, the 95 of Sam Yarbrough. Definitely somebody to keep an eye on. Marcus WRX, I will not be able to because that is illegal. I would love to, don't get me wrong. And yes, Flow Racing is quite the cost. But, yeah, I can't show you guys any actual footage of the feature because legal reasons, they own it. I know, Marcus, I know. I use some of my birthday money. It's not, yeah, certainly not cheap. But I would recommend purchasing it, honestly. There's so many events that happen throughout the year. Even in the winter, there's not near as much as there is in the summer months. But even then, there's at least 1 or 2 events happening a week on there. So it's just something if you're, want to throw it on your computer or just somewhere in the background. They always have their 24/7 channel going that's just throwing random features throughout the season on there, reruns. And there's also backlogs of tons of replays of great races from the past. I think they even maybe have this race from 2022 on there somewhere. So if you want to, there is a bunch of material on there. So for $150, I can kind of justify it. That's $3 a week. I mean, you can do that instead of having to listen to me. Nope. But, yeah, Flow is way too expensive. You're not paying that much to watch for an hour. Well, if this is the only race you're going to watch throughout the year, then yes, it makes more sense. I do think Flow has probably the best market, though, especially next year if they're going to be casting all the high-limit races. And they have a bunch of the Cars Tour races, almost all the ARCA races. There's a decent amount on there. It would be cool if Flow Racing showed some of the back end of their analytics, like how many people actually watch, for instance, tonight's race. How many people are really going to pay that much to see Dale Jr. see Dale Jr. race once a year, or to keep track of how many people watch the High Limit Series for Kyle Larson, essentially, the other stars in that, or how many people watch the Wayland Modified Tour, the ARCA races, all that relative information. Marcus WRX, let's go Landon Huffman. Yeah, Landon, he's starting pretty far back in the field, not going to lie, in that 75. There are 2 Landon Huffmans in tonight's race, so most likely I'll be referring to the one that's the YouTuber. But if I'm not referring to Landon Huffman, the YouTuber, the other one's name is Landon S. Is his middle initial, so Landon S. Huffman's the other one. But yeah, Landon Huffman's starting, I believe, in the 36th position, so pretty far down the running order, but it's a long race. A lot can happen. Last year, he got taken out in a crash, so he's just looking for some better luck than that this time. And there is a midway break in this race at lap 125. There'll be a 10-minute break. I'm not sure if there's any sort of field inversions, things like that occur. But if there is, I'll let you know. But essentially, there's a guaranteed caution at the halfway point. But there'll probably be more than that in tonight's race. But they are on the opening pace laps, so we have 250 laps of action coming your way rather shortly. Appreciate everybody tuning in right now. Drop a like and hit that subscribe button while you still can. Look at that. Names starting to pop up on the leaderboard. Yeah, you see you got Josh Berry and Sam Yarbrough, the front row. So, and actually, I forgot, Dale Jr. did end up pulling out a 9th place finish last year, but honestly, he probably could have gotten so much more if he didn't get taken out or get involved more so in some earlier incidents. Yeah, Dale Jr. trying to best his 9th place finish from a year ago in this race. Hopefully looking for a top 5 or maybe even more. Yes, Air Doug is also running. Sorry, I can't pronounce your name. I'll say Rick. But yes, Air Doug is running. He's rolling off somewhere in the mid-20s in that 88 car. And then the defending winner, Butterbean Queen, in the 03 rolls off from inside row number 4. There you got your top 10 on your screen there. They're going to be there all night. Or last year, I do think our leaderboard crashed like almost at the end. Hopefully that does not happen this year. All right, well, I'm just going to call you Rick because that kind of correlates with Rick Roll. Yeah, thanks to everybody watching right now. Feel free to drop a like and subscribe. Green flag will be coming your way shortly, waiting for the lights to go out on the pace vehicle. And this is a big field. I'm not quite sure how many cars were in the main feature last year, but 41. We're probably going to see a lot of attrition tonight and a lot of lap traffic. One thing I know is we are in for a good show. The 2022 edition the South Carolina 400 was arguably my favorite race of 2022, and I watched a lot of racing. Okay, one to go. One to go. Before we have 250 laps of action. Once again, on the front row, Sam Yarbrough on the inside in the 95, Josh Berry on the outside in the 62. Row 2 is Matt Cox and Casey Kelly. Row 3, Cade Brown and Ronnie Bassett Jr. Row 4, Brendan Queen, the defending winner, and Jacob Hefner. Row 5 is Trent Barnes and Carson Quaffle. That rounds out your top 10. Connor Zilch and Trent Barnes. My bad. There you go. Here's your top 10, though, on the screen, and 250 laps of action coming your way. The field comes off of turn 4, and the South Carolina 400 is underway. From Florence Motor Speedway down into turn 1 down into turn 1 they go for the first time tonight. Sam Yarbrough on the inside. Josh Berry still fighting back on the outside. They're side by side down the back straightaway. Yarbrough gets ahead as they go into the turn 3 braking zone, and off of turn 4, Yarbrough slides up, and he's going to clear the 64, who's not quite clear for second yet. Now he's clear as they go back into turn 1 for the second time. They're still side by side for third. You got Casey Kelly on the outside battling Matt Cox on the inside. Matt Cox starting to work his way ahead. Casey Kelly trying to get down to the bottom. The bottom currently the preferred line on this racetrack, but you're probably going to see that lane move around a little bit throughout the night. And, man, it is a dogfight back throughout the pack. They are still 2 wide, maybe even 3 wide here and there throughout the midfield. At the front row, Yarbrough still leads. Off of turn 4, Berry looking to poke to the inside of the 95 just a bit, trying to get some clean air on the nose, starting to think about making a move for the lead. Yarbrough sliding up off that very bottom of the racetrack through turns 1 and 2, opening the door for the 62. The 62 pokes his nose in there. He thinks about it through 3 and 4. He's down there, but he's going to back out. Now they're side by side for third behind him. Kelly fighting back on the outside, trying to take third place back from Matt Cox. But at the front of the field, that's where the battle is. Josh Berry looking for the lead, trying to dethrone Sam Yarbrough in the 95. Already 5 laps complete as they work their way off of turn number 4 this time. And there we go. Josh Berry looking to the inside, and he's there. He's to the inside of Yarbrough. Alongside at the center of the turn and off a corner exit, the 62 will power ahead of the 95, and Josh Berry is your new leader at Florence Motor Speedway. And Josh Berry's now out front. Yarbrough drops back to second. Matt Cox. Casey Kelly. Oh, boy, we just had a disconnection. Oh, okay. Technical difficulties. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. And the broadcast is kind of frozen. We should be good in like 5 seconds. Okay, we gotta watch an ad really quick. But there we go. Anyways, trying to look at the leaderboard. So it's still Josh Berry out front. Still green. Sam Yarbrough second. Matt Cox third. Casey Kelly fourth. Cade Brown rounds out your top 5. Then Ronnie Bassett Jr., Trent Barnes, Brendan Queen. Caden Honeycutt has worked his way into the top 10. He started, I believe, back in like 14th, so he's made up quite some ground. Carson Quaffle rounds out your top 10. A gap from first to second, currently 3/10. Then from first to third, almost 6/10. And now we are back from the broadcast. No, we've already seen somebody go behind the wall. That is the 55. And that I believe is Wirtz, Mark Wirtz. That has a tough break for the 55 crew already out in tonight's event. But already you can see some major tire fall off as they're talking about it on the broadcast. Opening lap times are in the 18.4s, 18.5s, and now they're running 19.3s, 19.2s. So already about 6-7 a tire fall off. That's what you'll love to see in racing. Makes these guys have to fight these cars even more. Thanks everybody watching. Make sure you drop a like and subscribe if you have not already. I appreciate everyone watching. Still Josh Berry out front, Yarbrough in tow, then Cox, Kelly, and Brown your top 5. Now they're interviewing Wirtz to try and figure out what the problem is. And already lap traffic just out front of your, or soon to be out front of your leader. Already the rear of the field, 6 seconds off your leaders. Or actually almost 10 seconds off your leaders. So essentially already a half a lap down, and we're not even 15 laps into this run. Who is Dale's crew chief since Josh Berry's driving his own car? I'm not sure. Tyrell. I'll try to update you if I can. I do believe that leaderboard is actually maybe a hair ahead of me, so keep that in mind, guys. Yeah, Dale Earnhardt Jr. currently running in the 27th position. Drop back spots from where he has started. Landon Huffman is up to position number 34, so he's gained 2 positions. And man, it's still back in the pack there, 2 wide all over the place. Really dogfighting. Things look tame at the front of the field, but that is the case once you get outside the top 10. And I would love to go to this race in person next year, potentially, or something. If you're wondering where your favorite drivers run, try to ask me in the chat, and I'll look around the leaderboard for you. Scroll around. Maybe he's running like Homestead in the Xfinity Series with no spotter. Well, I mean, things are working out okay for him there, so maybe he can do it again. Yeah, things worked out great. Anyways, Josh Berry out front. Only about a car length of separation between him and Sam Yarbrough. Matt Cox is closing in third. Still not too many big gaps throughout your top five. Sam Yarbrough started on pole, and then Josh Berry made quick moves to get by him on about lap 4 or 5. 22 laps complete here. 228 to go. Yeah, with 41 cars at start of the race, now we're down to 40. Already one behind the wall. That's Mark Wirtz. Lap traffic is definitely inevitable. That'll definitely spice up our fight for the lead. Now we're going to have a halfway break on lap 125, and we are 100 laps away from that when they complete this circuit. And Josh Berry is slowly pulling away from Sam Yarbrough. We're seeing more and more tire fall off each lap. Already up to almost a whole second of tire fall off. And that is on just a short 18-second lap. Junior is currently running down in, I believe, 27th last time I checked. Now 26th for Dale Jr. Yeah, their best times were about 18.4s, 18.5s, and now they're running 19.3s, almost 19.4s. Yeah, the gap from first to second up to 0.48 of a second, which, is definitely a huge gap, equals to about car length and a half on the racetrack. Biggest it's been all night. Then it's 0.8 of a second back to the third place runner and a second back to the fourth place runner. Also, Landon Huffman, an update on him. Currently running in the 35th position. Tyrell, I don't know, but I'm sure they'll mention it in the broadcast, and I'll be able to update you then. 30 laps complete here in the 250-lap feature now. 31, actually. Further back in the pack, you got Josh Williams, William Sawalich, and trying to figure out who that other car is battling. That is Brandon Pierce. They're battling for 20th through 22nd on the racetrack. Okay, the gap now from first to last is up to 12.5 seconds. So leaders are about still 6 seconds away from lap traffic. The difference in lap time between the guys at the tail end of the field and the front of the field is really not that big, only about 1/10.5 of a second, 0.2 of a second. So this is a very competitive field we got going right now. Brendan Bean battling side by side with the 04 of Ronnie Bassett Jr. 03 on the outside, 04 on the inside. Brendan Queen trying to make that move ahead. And he's got that spot, making that move on the outside line. So originally we saw the move for the lead being made on the inside, and now that groove's starting to widen out. Looks like the 03 is making the top line work. He is up to 6th. Next for him to catch is the number 23, Cade Brown, and then your defending winner of this race will have found his way into the top 5. Josh Berry continues to lead. His gap stabilized from first to second down to about 0.4 of a second. Still clean on the racetrack. No yellow flag yet. Trying to scroll around and keep you guys in the loop. Thanks to everybody watching right now. Right now, things really stabilized at the front of the field. I'm just waiting for that lap traffic to come up to spice things up. Yeah, top 5 is really the same as where it originally started. All your top 5 starters still running in the top 5. Okay. One of your big movers keep an eye on is Cody Kelly. He's picked up, I believe, 10 positions since the start of the race. He's up to 8th. You got Cody and Casey Kelly running inside the top 10 right now. One of the biggest gaps on the racetrack right now really is just from first to second. Honestly, cars running nose to tail almost around this entire racetrack. Still 40 cars crammed on this half-mile layout. So yeah, right now Josh Berry's gap's up to 0.6 of a second, so it's really starting to grow now. Matt Cox might be trying to apply the pressure to the 95 of Sam Yarbrough here shortly. Oh, somebody's going to tag the wall. They're off turn 4 a little bit. Not quite sure who that was, but won't be surprised if we don't see more of that. And now your leaders are starting to get onto the same straightaway as the tail end of the field. Lap traffic looking to be Yarbrough's best friend, as right now it doesn't seem like he's going to be able to catch the 62 on just raw pace. Looks like the 62 has a better long-run car with the tire fall-off currently. Now up to over a second, as their lap times at the start of the race were 18.4s, 18.5s. Now they are 19.5s, 19.4s. And that's only going to continue to grow as we've got at least another 70, or well, there's 75 laps until the next guaranteed caution. But I believe there will be an opportunity to change tires at the break. Try to confirm for you later on. A blue car hit the wall. Rick, for an update. It's Sam Yarbrough. They're highlighting him right now. Running second. Dominated the race last year. Really kept it interesting. Got tangled up, though. And spun late in the going. Josh Berry continuing to reel in the tail end of the field. Yarbrough starting to roll the center of the corner pretty good. Oh, and we got another car peeling down pit road. I believe that is the 50. Boo Boo Dalton. Oh, we got 3 wide off of turn 2, and this is not... Oh my gosh, that's Carson Quaffle down low in the number 8 Bass Pro Machine, and he's going to squeeze ahead of the 20 and the 1 car. The one maybe got pushed up onto the grass almost just a bit, and he's losing more spots. That is Trent Barnes getting dropped back now. He got passed by Quaffle, Lane Buse, Riley Gentry, and Connor Zilich, and probably going to bleed a few more positions. And then there were 39. Hey, we're almost up to 20 likes. I appreciate it. Drop a like and hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. Bringing you all 250 laps of action in tonight's main feature. Currently 54 laps in. But now back to the main feature, 55 laps in, and you can see the tail end of the field. Yeah, the 62 has really pulled down a gap now in the 95 for the lead. Off of turn 4, now he's got the 30 right in front of him. And now here you go, into turns 3 and 4. The 62 going to cut to the inside of the 30. And he's going to try and make quick work of him. He's not clear of him quite yet off of turn 4, but now into turns 1 and 2, he'll duck down, and now he is past the 30. That is one down. A lot more to go. Hey, we're up to 64 subscribers. Appreciate it. Okay, so 62 now. The next car for him to catch is the 70 of Rick's. And Dale Jr. currently running in, I believe, the 22nd position. So he's picking up some spots now. Started 26th, fell back to 27th. Now he's up 5 spots from where he was running earlier. And we're seeing the groove really start to be widened now, or at least some drivers said, oh, Dale Jr. is going to make some contact with a 2 there off of turn number 4. It's actually going to kind of squeeze him ahead of the 2 and past the 43, and now the 1 almost opens the door for the 3. He slides up off the bottom off of turn number 2, and now, the 1's going to get a tap from the 43, and he gets shots up the racetrack, and now he's going to lose a ton of positions in that 1 car. But Dale Jr. moving forward. Up into, I believe, the top 20 now. Yes, that moves him up into 20th. The next car for him to go and chase down is the 88 of Air Doug. But that 3 car is hooked up right now. Seems to have some more long-run pace. All right, but looking back to your top 10, Cody Kelly's moved up to 7th, gained by Ronnie Bassett Jr. He continues to move forward. Oh, we got a caution. Oh, boy, just when lap traffic was finally starting to be a factor, we got our first caution flag of the night. Oh, it sounds like Zach Miracle is off the track. Maybe on the back straightaway where there's no wall. So it looks like somebody has gone over the back berm. That is why we are under yellow. I believe they are saying it is Zach Miracle on the broadcast. Don't have a replay or a confirmation on whether or not what truly happened. Okay, so it looks like the 99 might be that free pass. I'm not quite sure how the lap traffic rules work here. Hey, we're up to 3,465 subscribers. I appreciate it. Hey, 3,466. Thanks a lot, guys. Already gotten 7 of y'all to join for the first time tonight. Appreciate it. Can we get to 3,500 subscribers, possibly? We'll see, we'll see. So now these caution laps, like your typical short track, caution laps do not count towards the overall race distance completed. So we might pace around under more caution laps than race laps tonight. But caution laps do not count towards actual race distance. And we're up to 21 likes. Appreciate it. Yeah, Zach Miracle is the one who has brought us under caution, it sounds like, just for going off the back wall of the racetrack. There is no wall on the racetrack, I should say. He jumped the berm and went for an adventure in the woods. This is our first yellow of the night. Sam Yarbrough started on pole, led for the first opening laps. Then Josh Berry was able to jump to his inside and take the top spot and has led since. Yarbrough still runs in the second position. Matt Cox in third, Casey Kelly fourth. Ronnie Bassett Jr. is up to fifth. All right, no, not up to fifth. Cade Brown is in fifth. Brendan Queen, the defending winner, in sixth. Cody Kelly, seventh. He's moved up quite a bit tonight. Ronnie Bassett Jr. in eighth. Caden Honeycutt and Carson Quaffle round out your top 10. Laney Buse in the 21 and 11th. Riley Gentry in the 9 and 12th. Connor Zilch, Jacob Hefner, and Justin Milliken round out your top 15. Then Stephen Nassy, Josh Williams, Tristan McKee, Doug Barnes Jr., or Air Doug as they call him, Dale Jr. rounds out your top 20. He's picked up 6 spots. Brandon Pierce, William Swalich, ARCA champion in 22nd. Carter Langley, Landon S. Huffman, not the YouTuber Landon Huffman, in 24th. Adam McCumbee rounds out your top 25. Then Trent Barnes, David Roberts, Zach Miracle, who I believe is the one credited with going offline. And now somebody's being held and dropped to the rear. I think that might be Zach Miracle. And then Josh Dickens, Casey Wyatt, your top 30. Truett Miranda, Bryant Barnhill, Anthony Adams, Travis Truett, Landon Huffman, the YouTuber, in 35th. So he started out back, and he's only picked up a few spots since the start of the race, but still a long way to go. Katie Hedinger, Stacy Purier, and then Stuart Ricks and Paul Owens, or Stuart Ricks is last car still in the race, I believe. And then you have Boo Boo Dalton, or Stuart Ricks and Paul Owens is last car still in the race. Boo Boo Dalton and Mark Wirtz have gone behind the wall. Now, currently, the one is on pit road. Looks like they're checking the tire pressure in the right rear. Maybe changing a tire. We'll see. It looks like he might have tagged the wall is what they're saying on the broadcast. Okay, Stacy Purier is supposed to be the free pass in the 99 and 37th. Yeah, the one of Trent Barnes is on pit road right now. And they are changing the right rear. Once again, these caution laps do not count towards your actual race laps. So keep that in mind. Caution laps should never be counted. Come to see a race, not a caution. Interesting take, Mark. Interesting take. I really wouldn't have a problem if they were removed in other higher levels of racing like NASCAR Cup Series. Yeah, your two guys, Dale Jr. and Air Doug. Can late models flip? I've never seen a late model flip, but I don't doubt they can. Maybe you'll see one tonight. Hey, thanks everybody watching. We've had 200 of y'all tune in so far through the opening 50-ish laps. So it'll be Josh Berry on the inside and Sam Yarbrough on the outside when we get the restart. Inversion of the initial race start. And the lights are out on the pace truck, so we'll be going green next time by. On row 2, Matt Cox on the inside, and on the outside is Casey Kelly. See if we'll have another change for the lead after a restart here. Matt Cox had been hounding the 95 for quite some time before that green flag came out, so 51 might be trying to jump up to second here using that inside line. And here we go. The green flag is back out. And the 62 on the inside, 95 on the outside. And the 62's got the jump. Meanwhile, the 16, the second car on the outside, really drops back on the initial jump. And Matt Cox is clear for third. But at the front, Josh Berry almost clear the 95 into turn 3. Not quite yet. Off of turn number 4, the 95 fighting back on the outside. But it's not going to be enough. And the 62 is clear for the lead. The 95 slips back into second. The 51 in third. Oh! Yarbrough's going to get into the bumper, though. The 62 through turns 1 and 2, letting him know he's there big time. Oh, now Matt Cox thought about throwing it in there for second place. Backs out of it. Brendan Queen trying to make the outside work for fifth place. Oh, we got a caution. And that is the 71 of Katie Ettinger. Spins and turns 1 and 2. She's got it righted now on the back straightaway. And you know what they say, cautions breed cautions, and I think that is more true than ever when it comes to this short track racing, man. Let me know what y'all think about Stacy Superior. I don't know. We'll see if it fixed itself. She was the free pass, so that could be throwing things off. Like I said, this the website used for this is Race Monitor. They kind of have a leaderboard of almost every little racetrack across the United States, so you can go and find the leaderboard for yourself. Sometimes it just messes up. Hopefully it corrects itself here. Oh, Pierre has come down pit road, so that might correct it. Yeah, these guys are racing hard at the front of the field right now. Bumping and banging for first and second on that last restart. Just checking the audio for you guys again, making sure everything is pretty smooth and clear connection, or at least as smooth and clear as it can be. And so once again, it'll be the 62 on the inside, 95 on the outside. Okay, 99 back out on the racetrack. They just made a few adjustments on that car real quick. All right. So here we go. Should be going green this next time by. Oh, and I think one of the cars that came down pit road earlier has jumped back out into this race. Here we go. Okay. And we're restarting again. The 62 on the inside, 95 on the outside, and the 62 gets a good jump this time. Already half a car clear by the center of the turn, and now he is clear of the 95 as they go onto the back straightaway. The 51 of Matt Cox thought about poking it down low on the 95, but he backs out of it. Brendan Queen rolling the outside once again. And the 51 and the 16 are still feuding over third place. The 51's going to clear the 16 this time off of turn number 4. Further back, Brendan Queen is side by side with Cade Brown for 5th place. But Josh Berry already has pulled away by about a car length and a half in what has truly been a domination on his part so far in this show. All right, now the 03 and the 04, the only car stuck on the outside in the top 10. Brendan Queen trying to fight forward, but he's not able to clear the 23 of Cade Brown just yet. And there we go off of turn 2. He's got clearance on the 23 of Cade Brown. Now he's going to keep working that outside line. We've seen him make passes on that outside multiple times tonight, trying to move forward in this top 5. He knows he can win here. The defending winner of the South Carolina 400. He's to the outside of the 16 as they go down the back straightaway, and he has really got that top line rolling. And here he comes on the outside, the 03 powering forward. Brendan Queen is up to 4th. Butterbean continuing to move forward now. Further back in the back there, 2 by 2 by 2 by 2. No, the 21's going to get loose in the center of 3 and 4, and that's going to allow the 57 to slip forward underneath. He's going to pick up quite a few spots with that. Boy, these guys are racing hard. Dale Jr. also right in the middle of this mix. And this battling is not stopping anytime soon. And, man, Dale Jr. has him stacked up all in front of him. He's gotten by Josh Williams in the number 11. Earnhardt currently running in the 19th position. Yeah, we got about 3 lines working in on this racetrack right now. You got the very bottom, you got a middle groove, and almost a high diamond line where these guys are going up and basically kissing the farthest edge of the pavement here at Florence. Oh, we got a spinner in turn 2. And who is this? We don't have an angle of it yet. And still don't see it. They might be able to get going, but it sounds like they got into the wall. This is towards the tail end of the field. And Trent Barnes, the one car, he is backwards. Now, he had just pitted, remember, for a flat right rear tire. He'd gotten a fresh tire on that car, so he's probably trying to move forward as fast as he could, making some quick moves. Now they're showing the 02, who's pacing around. Don't have a replay yet on what has happened exactly. There is some damage on the front left of, I believe it's the 29. Well, 62 was still out front at the time of the caution. Still don't have a total breakdown on what's happened here. Looks like we just maybe had a few spinners, no serious contact. Well, we'll give you guys a quick update of the running order. Out front, Josh Berry, Sam Yarbrough, Matt Cox, Brendan Queen. He's been making some moves now. He'll restart in 4th. I'm interested to see what he does on this restart. He's been making that outside line work all night. I'll have to see if somebody ends up jumping and maybe we'll see if he jumps to the outside, maybe makes it 3 wide for the lead. I would not be shocked. He's been making some aggressive moves here. Cade Brown rounds out our top 5. Casey Kelly and Cody Kelly. Then Caden Honeycutt, Carson Quaffle, and Ronnie Bassett Jr. on the 04 continues to bleed positions on these restarts. That's your top 10. Then it's Connor Zilch, Jacob Hefner, Riley Gentry, Laney Buke, Justin Milliken rounds out our top 15. Then Stephen Nassy, Carter Langley, Tristan McKee, and Dale Jr. in 19th. He continues to make up ground, up 7 spots since the start of the race. Josh Williams rounds out your top 20. William Swallich, Landon S. Huffman, Adam McCumbee, Doug Barnes Jr., Air Doug in 24th. Brandon Pierce, your top 25. Josh Dickens, Anthony Adams, Zach Miracle, Truett Miranda, Casey Wyatt round out your top 30. Then Bryant Barnhill, Travis Truett, Landon Huffman in 33rd. Katie Hedinger in 34th. Stacy Prier rounds out your top 35. Then Trent Barnes, just involved in this incident, as well as David Roberts. Then you have Stuart Ricks, who is, I believe, the only car 1 lap down. He might get the free pass here. Or Stuart Ricks and Paul Owens, both 1 lap down. Then Boo Boo Dalton and Mark Wirtz, the 2 cars so far done for the night, both with technical issues. Nobody has been knocked down in this race due to incident quite yet. So a few cars come down pit road right now, getting some work done on their cars, the 99 and the 30. Oh, 30 might be able to get a front right tire changed here, as all the lettering is rubbed off of that car, off that tire. Trying to bargain with the officials, try and get a tire change, get some fresh rubber on. And 30's going to roll back out without changing the tire. Hey, Addy, how are you doing? Doing good. Doing well. This is our first stream in, I believe, like 2.5 months. Maybe 3. Been in college, so really just haven't had the time. Now we're home, and we've kind of have a bit of a jerry-rigged setup, but it's working. Appreciate everybody who's tuned in tonight, whether it's your first time, if you tuned in for this event last year, or if you are a long-time fan of the channel. Appreciate it. And we'll be going green next time. By the lights are out on the pace truck. Once again, it's going to be Barry on the inside. He's been having good restarts all night, but can Yarbrough change things up on the outside? Matt Cox on the inside of row number 3, and now we have a new player at the front of the field, Butterbean in the 03. The defending winner of this race will be starting on the outside of row number 2. Row 3 is Cade Brown and Casey Kelly. Now here we go off of turn number 4. The green flag is back out for Josh Berry in the South Carolina 400, and he gets another good jump on this restart. A 95 able to really roll the center of the turn. This time Berry won't be able to clear him by the end of turn 1. Now into turn 3, though, he is clear. Matt Cox up the inside of the 95 through turns 3 and 4. The 51, not quite able to get the power down, but he's on the inside of the 95 for second place. Oh, and in the back of the field, we got some people sliding all over the place, but we are still green. And the 51 and the 95 are fighting right now. Josh Berry still not really clear of this fight. And Butterbean back there battling for 5th place side by side with Brown. And Josh Berry still clear for the lead in the 95 off of turn 2 is finally. Oh, but we got big incidents on the front straightaway. 2 cars are killed. I believe that's the 72 or the T2 and the 99. Travis Truett in the T2. And Stacy Purrier, yeah, both those cars have been spent some time in the pit lane already tonight. Try and make some adjustments on them, but now they're going to be in the pit lane for arguably the rest of the night. Yeah, the 99 is definitely killed. Fluids leaking all out the nose of that thing. And this could be a pretty long stoppage here. It looks like, yeah, the damage now on the nose of the T2 is probably terminal. The 99 looks like he might be able to roll away, but he'll only be rolling that thing to the garage. That nose is pretty solidly caved in. So, yeah, back in the pack, these guys were fighting pretty hard. Oh, it starts by the T2 getting jacked up off of turn 4, and then he just overcorrects into the outside, or well, first into Stacy Superior and then into the outside wall. So the 99, an innocent bystander, and the T2 got jacked up by somebody off of turn 4. Really didn't get a quite good look of who that was, but it sounds like maybe the guy behind the T2 just got better acceleration, was able to, get the power down faster, and then just got into the back of him, and so much force sent the T2 spinning, then he overcorrected into the outside wall. Yeah, and both of these cars are done. They're getting hooked up on the front straightaway, and speed drives being put down. Oh, there's the Charger. Okay. Thanks, everybody watching right now. Make sure you drop a like and subscribe if you haven't already. Oh, yeah, that 99, that thing get banged up on the front end now. Oh, they might be thinking about trying to get it going again, actually. They've got the hood off. They got the front bumper off. I don't see the 99. I don't see the driver trying to undo the straps yet. They might try and get this car back out here. Inspecting the damage on the front end, debating whether or not it is terminal. Yeah, currently under the red flag, though, that they are stopped in turns 3 and 4. It does sound like pit road is open, though, as Doug Barnes, or not, Air Doug, I should say, is bringing that car down to pit road. Thanks, everybody watching so far. Okay, here. So, to update you guys as best I can on who is out and why. Just give me 1 second. First off, well, we don't really have whys on all of them, but technical reasons, just like some of the technical difficulties we're having here, you could say. You have the 55 of Mark Wirtz out. He dropped out very early on in the going. Boo Boo Dalton also out due to technical issues. And those are the only 2 drivers up until just now that were officially out of the race. Then under this most recent caution, you had the T2 get spun off of turn 4, and then he overcorrected into first the 99 of Stacy Superior and then into the outside wall, and he is done. Now the 99 is on pit road. They're trying to repair it, but I have a feeling that damage is pretty much going to be terminal. If not, just they're going to be fairly off the pace if they are able to stay going. But those are only 4 cars out of the race so far. So that means we still got 37 cars in this race, 35 still on the lead lap. Dang it. I do have to say this year's broadcast of the race, not necessarily mine, even though mine probably was better last year because there's a little bit more in practice. But this year's broadcast of the race really hasn't been as quality. They've missed pretty much replays of every wreck that's happened so far, whereas last year I feel like they had that a lot more covered. But yeah, currently under a red flag because there was a lot of fluid that came out of this crash, and they're just having to dry that up and on the front straightaway right now. So we're at about the quarter way point in this race. 250 laps the distance tonight. So Doug Barnes on pit road right now. Just going to make some adjustments to it sounds like. Not any sort of big issues. Okay, the 99's also done. Okay, Air Doug, I do have to say this, so they might end up getting dropped to the rear here. I don't think they cared too much about that anyway because they're pitting under yellow. But because they worked on that thing during red flag, or I think they might have started work on it before an official came over there and told them to stop. The official might let him go. Who knows? We'll see. Either way, he was not running near the front of the field, so not too big of a factor. Yeah, so officially 4 cars out of this race, 37 still cooking. 71 laps complete. That means we still have 49 laps to go, or not 49, 44 laps to go until we get to the halfway point where teams, I think, will have an opportunity to change tires if they wish. And then we'll have 125 laps to go after that. But the tire fall off, that's been one of the most intriguing factors since the start of the race. We were seeing about almost a second of tire fall off. Hey, we got another new subscriber. I appreciate it. Where is Junior, Parkman, Landon Huffman, and Air Doug? Okay, we'll go through the entire running order here in just a moment. I just got to get the stream going again. Or the broadcast, that is, not this broadcast, the actual broadcast. But here we go. So currently under a red flag, but Josh Berry out front, then Sam Yarbrough in second. Yarbrough the opening laps. Berry has led ever since and pretty much dominated. Matt Cox in third, where he started. Brendan Queen, or Butterbean, has moved forward. He's in fourth. Cade Brown in fifth. Casey Kelly sixth. Honeycutt also moving forward in seventh in the number 10. Keep an eye on him. Cody Kelly in 8th, Carson Quaffle, Ronnie Bassett Jr. in 10th, Connor Zilch in 11th, Jacob Hefner, Riley Gentry, Laney Buch, and Justin Milliken, your top 15. And then Stephen Nassy, Tristan McKee, Carter Langley, and Dale Jr. still running in 19th, Josh Williams in 20th in the number 11. And then in 21st in the 43, William Sawalch, Landon S. Huffman in 22nd. Not Landon Huffman, the YouTuber. The other one, there's 2 of them in tonight's race. The 16 of Adam McCumbee in 23rd. Air Doug in 24th, but he's pitting, so I think he's going to lose his track position if that's how that works, I think. Josh Dickens in 25th. Brandon Pierce in 26th. Zach Miracle in 27th. Anthony Adams, Landon Huffman, the YouTuber, and Casey Wyatt round out your top 30. Then you have Bryant Barnhill, Katie Hedinger, Travis Truitt, or David Roberts, Stuart Ricks, and that is everybody still in this race. I believe Trent Barnes should still be going, and Paul Owens. We'll see when the leaderboard sorts itself out here after this yellow flag. Already an hour into this race, essentially. Hour and a half into this broadcast. Thanks, everybody, watching since the start. Appreciate it if you drop a like and subscribe if you're new. This is Free Motorsports. We kind of do live streams with races, kind of not. I'm in college now, so things are kind of tricky, but we're home because it's Thanksgiving break, so we're like, why not? We did this last year, and it was quite successful, so we're doing it again this year. Thanks, everybody, tuning in, making it happen back-to-back. feel free to drop a like and subscribe. I think we'll be doing like the Winter Nationals from Gateway, a few other big events in short track world that are broadcasted on Flow. If you don't want to pay for Flow Sports, but you still want to be brought in on the information a little bit in the short track racing scene, I'll try to plug you as best I can. This is the leaderboard I got over here, and then you got my voice, so that's what I can provide, and then some Twitter updates along the line. But primarily we do NASCAR-related content, and also, not quite daily yet, but we're working on it, 60-second clips on YouTube Shorts, TikTok, Instagram Reels of just your kind of seconds of NASCAR news, almost daily, more like twice a week, 3 times a week, but we're working on it. And yeah, that's what we got right now on Freeman Motorsports. Appreciate it if you check it out. And it looks like we're going to be going green. Not this time, maybe in 2 laps, but I'm just keeping my eye on Butterbean right now in the 03. Under that last run where we had about 10 laps or so green flag, he was really making some moves. We've had a quick chain of cautions now. We're trying to just get more than 3 or 4 laps of green flag in a row right now. We're going to put up a new poll in the chat here real quick. Who's going to win? Who wins? Oh boy, I'm streaming all this off of a laptop. It's a powerful laptop, but still kind of draining its energy. So we're starting to see a decent amount of lag on this computer, but hopefully that's not correlating to my live stream too much. It looks like somebody might be being told to drop to the rear. Can't quite tell who that is, but it's further down in the running order anyways. Going to be going green this next time by. And they're going to be going green this time off of turn number 4. Green flag is in the air once again for Josh Berry. Oh, a good jump this time for Yarbrough. Able to stay side by side all the way down into turns 1 and 2. He's going to try and roll the top side off of turn 2. And, oh, man, Berry just gets a great exit off turn 2 and clears the 95 once again. Wow, great run by that 62. Now Matt Cox up the inside of the 95, down the front straightaway in the 51, looking for second place. Has run in third all night, looking for more. Not going to be enough that time through turns 1 and 2. And the 51 still fighting on the inside of the 95. Then you got the 03 waiting in fourth patiently. Oh, somebody's getting a black flag on the racetrack. That might have been the guy that was told to possibly drop to the rear. Or I think that's what was being signaled at least. Man, Berry has just built up a huge gap all of a sudden on this restart. Up already 0.6 of a second lead. That's almost matches his biggest lap of the opening run of the night. Meanwhile, Junior picking up some spots once again on this run. He's up to 17th right now on the restart, fighting to the inside of the 09. You'll love to see it. I'll try to keep you updated. Air Doug, I think he just pitted. I'm pretty sure he should still be going. Yeah, Air Doug's still going. And the only people out of this race right now are Mark Wentz, Boo Dalton, Stacy Purrier, and Travis Truitt. Oh, boy, man. Way back in the pack, though. It is truly a dogfight. Like 2 wide, 4 or 5 rows deep. Now, just ahead of Dale Jr., he's got 2 cars battling side by side. That's McKee on the inside of the I can't quite tell who that is. Anyways. Yellow flag is back out. And oh, somebody spun on the back straightaway. Okay, it sounds like his night might be done. Left rear damage. But now we're looking for somebody with some nose damage then. Who fits the other half of the puzzle? It takes two to tango. And it looks like they are possibly going to be stopping the field once again in turns 1 and 2. Okay, now they're looking at the 70 car. Or it looks like that's, I think, the car involved, maybe? We'll see. Okay, so that was the car being given the black flag. That's what I thought. Oh, I think the 70 also might have been involved in that incident. He's got some right front damage that looks to be possibly terminal. I mean, that thing was bouncing when he was pulling it into the pit lane. Yeah, I think the 70 is done. Not seeing any active movement in the pits. That is the 70 of Stuart Ricks. And he is out and he is walking into the garage. That is done for him. Okay, but it's still Barry, Yarbrough, Cox, Queen, Kelly, your top 5. Actually, I think Kelly was able to knock out Cade Brown from the 5th position, but still, then Cody Kelly in 7th. Honeycutt is up to 8th. Quaffle, Zilich now into the top 10, but now we could not chain more than a few green flag laps in a row right now. Okay, so the other car involved, and I think the one that maybe got more heavy damage, they got the hood up. That's the 2 of Brandon Pierce. They have him jacked up on pit road. It looks like they're trying to tape up the driver's side door. And yeah, some left rear damage on that car. I don't think that will be terminal. We'll see if they can get him back out there. Unless there's something underneath, if it's not strictly cosmetic. Okay, so they're looking at the brakes right now on the right front of that car. Okay, heavy damage to the right front brakes on that 2 car, but it looks like they're going to be like, screw it. We came all this way. Go back out there. Brakes are overrated. Yeah, that left rear, oh boy, that entire quarter panel all the way up to the door essentially is I mean, the crew member just kicked it with his foot and the whole thing wobbled. So we'll see how long that lasts for the 2.
Jack, is this a dirt track?
No.
Papa's wondering, can he watch?
Yeah. So thanks everybody watching though right now. Almost up to 30 likes. Appreciate if you hit that like button and subscribe if you haven't before. Okay, now looking at the chat, some votes. Most of y'all think Josh Berry is going to win. So Berry out front, Yarbrough in 2nd, Cox in 3rd, Queen in 4th, Kelly in 5th. So the DNF list is starting to pile up a little bit. We start with a massive 41 car field. And now we're down another. And then there were 36. Right now, I would say track position really seems to be key. Is there any other way you can watch on YouTube, or do you have to pay? You're gonna have to pay for flow, Ethan. I wouldn't recommend. It's expensive, so like it's a fairly big purchase. But honestly, there's a ton to watch on there, especially throughout the winter months when there really isn't any racing. At least oval racing, at least you would think. There are a few events held across the nation, and it gives you some racing action, and it gives you some underdogs, some short track stories to follow. Honestly, I would recommend it. Also, there's backlogs of old ARCA, Wayland Modified. I think there's the old South Carolina 400 on there. There's backlogs of older races to watch. So, you ever think about that? Definitely. For a whole year, $3 a week if you kind of do the math. Worth it to some, worth it to others, maybe not. One world, one goal. Come on, Junebug. Okay, green flag back in the air for Josh Berry. Once again, a great restart. The 95 kind of takes a higher arc this time through turns 1 and 2. Trying to get a better run off corner exit, but it's still not going to be enough. Now it's Matt Cox in the 51. Once again, trying to make the inside work in 3 and 4. Looking for second place on Yarbrough in the 95 at the line. Oh, almost gave it to the 51 that time. And this is the closest he's been to making that pass all night. Oh no, the 03 is into the back of the 51 there off a turn 2. Almost spun him around. And just when he thought he was about to make that move finally work, it's dashed out of sight. The 95 is once again clear for second. Cox in third. Oh, we got a caution though. Again. Oh boy. The 16 is around on the back straightaway, and it looks like he has gotten a run into some nose damage, I think, on that 16. Adam McCumbee, and oh, we got another one. The 7 has also been spun on the back straightaway on the entrance to turn 3. Man, oh man, we can only get about 1 or 2 green flag laps in a row right now. Yeah, I think it still says 77 laps complete, so I think we only got like 1 or 2 that time. Oh, brother. Oh, yeah, I think there's another car on the back straightaway. Yeah, a black car. Dang, they had a camera angle on that back straightaway last year, and I don't think they got it this year. They desperately need that back, because that really just gave you a whole other. Most of the incidents, it feels like in this race, happened on the back straightaway, and that camera was just perfect for replays. Anyways, 16 has some pretty significant damage. He may be done. Connor Zilish will. Oh, I thought you said will finish. Will win. Okay, all right. I like the confidence. I mean, he has moved forward. Now he's into the top 10. He started back in the upper teens. One world, one goal. All right. No, Frank T92. How many cautions we're gonna get? 25, 30. I mean, last year I want to imagine we had somewhere near 20, so I wouldn't be shocked if we see that again. Now we're up to, I think, 5, maybe 6. I mean, gosh. I like some action, but I'm not talking about pace truck action. I'm talking about green flag action. Rick, same old Barry, clears 95 while 51 fails to pass in a wreck. Yeah, it's a classic. We need that, what's the meme from Back to the Future, yeah, hey, I've seen this one before. Great kid, know him from Mazda. Did you do some Mazda racing with him? Are you talking about on like IRL or in iRacing? Either way, pretty cool. Frank, I think it's only been 6. It might be 7 actually. Oh, now I'm already losing track. First caution was for somebody that went off track in the backstretch. We didn't get really a replay of that. Then I think there's a spin. Another spin, then there's the heavy crash on the front stretch that took out 2 cars, and then I think 6 or 7. I can't keep track at this point. You're at the Mazda shootout with him last week. Oh, that's cool, Ethan. That's pretty sweet. Love some Spec Miata, man. My friend races with Spec Miatas. At least his class. Now, he drives a 99 Honda Civic hatch, but races with all Spec Miatas, essentially. Or, well, with Miatas, not spec, but, yeah. So, kind of funny just seeing that hatch run around with a bunch of Miatas on racetrack. Anyways, feels like it's been 11. I mean, maybe you're right, and I'm just thinking about things too optimistically. And they're really having to cut to commercial break right now on the Flow app. That's how many cautions we've seen. Your dad already spec me out at? My dad is Evan Goulart, multi-time spec me out at champ. That's pretty cool, Ethan. I don't know really anything about the true insides and outs. Oh, and that's not Evan. It's like Eli Elevin. Never heard of that name before. That's cool. I don't know much about the true insides of Spec Miata Racing, but that's pretty cool. Yeah, my dad is a data analyst. No, but you ever race at like Mid-Ohio or something? I've seen Spec Miata go around at Mid-Ohio a few times. Thanks to everybody watching though right now. Top 5 favorite NASCAR drivers of all time. Well, I'm only gonna. Oh gosh, we have the ambulance. Turn this up real quick. Sorry. Oh, we had a flip. Joshua Dickens. Somebody said they'd never seen these cars slip before. Now we got a flip. Oh my goodness. They really needed that backstretch camera because they have not had replays of anything. Dang, a flip. I mean, that car is still upside down, so they had the ambulance out there. So he climbed out on his own power, so that's good. So, and that car is destroyed. Wow. Not under caution. They said there was a car back there. I mean, from the booth, they can't really see anything, and I can't really see anything more than they're seeing. So they just thought there was a black car back on the back straightaway, but there's a car upside down on the back straightaway that was involved in that last incident. This is going to take some time to get this car out of here and flip right side over. I mean, entire essentially driver's side of that car, or no, passenger side of that car is just ripped off. I think the all the four wheels are still on it, but man, that car was just destroyed. Rolling it back over. Wow. Hey, we can get this thing up to 33 likes. Thing, yeah, the roof is just completely falling off of that car as they're rolling it back over. Wow. So that's another one for the DNF list. But top 5 NASCAR drivers of all time, so I'm only counting ones I've seen in my lifetime. And I didn't really start watching until I was about 10, so like 2014. I mean, my personal favorite driver. Okay, so here, we'll do as fast as I can. Kyle Larson, Juan Pablo Montoya. Right beyond that, I guess, Kurt Busch, Brennan Poole, and who's the 5th one? We'll just say on the spot, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Those are all the drivers that that are like that I really was able to become a fan of in my lifetime. Now other drivers, Tony Stewart. Rick says in the chat, I like Tony Stewart. It's just I was never really around in his prime to where it was like I wanted to kind of root for a newer underdog. And when I was a kid, I just liked the red 42 car. So I originally liked Juan Pablo, and then when I really started following, it was Larson's rookie year. So hence why I'm a Larson fan. Are you saying no Richard Petty as a joke, or are you saying it as a I don't have Richard Petty top 5, but those are my favorite drivers, not my top 5 greatest. Top 5 greatest, Richard Petty obviously is in the top 5. Well, yeah, they're going to work on that backstretch. This is going to take some time to clean up. Oh, boy. Yeah, no, I'm just naming my top 5 favorite drivers, not all-time greats. All-time greats, I mean, you just got Earnhardt, Petty, Johnson, your top 3, obviously, and then not in any particular order. Gordon, and then beyond that, I don't know. You could toss in a bunch of different possible names. Who flipped? Joshua Dickens. At the time of the incident, he was running in the 23rd position. A few other cars were involved. The 7, the 16, and at least a few more. Interesting to see if we'll end up being able to find an angle of that crash at some point. Oh, boy. It sounds like it started with contact with Dale Jr. to Tristan McKee, and Dale said, I couldn't do anything different. He's told they saw it the same way, and it might be a lesson for Tristan to learn. Okay, we'll have to see there. Yikes, though. I know people are subbing and unsubbing. It is what it is. I don't really care, but well, about the unsubbing part. But thanks to anybody who just does decide to subscribe. Appreciate it. Hey, we got 30 people watching right now. We got 30 likes. Nice. Appreciate everyone watching. One world, one goal. Richard Petty, Cal Yarbrough, Dale Jr. Not sure after that. Like a few checkered flags. Okay. So yeah, still under this yellow flag. I feel like we haven't been able to get more than like 4 or 5 green flag laps in a row. Now we just had a flip, apparently started by Dale Jr. At least it sounds like I'm seeing on Twitter, but no actual video confirmation or anything. Maybe some onboard camera will end up coming out in the next following days. Man, they do not have a camera on the back straightaway this year to like pivot to sometimes, and it is, oof. Like that so much is happening on the backstretch that we don't have an angle of, and yeah, that would be great to have that angle. All I can say. Yeah, and they're having to cut a commercial break on their own platform again. You're an open wheel, Gale. Okay, all right then. So, you got the Formula 1 race happening later tonight. Who's staying up to watch the F1 Grand Prix? I might, considering it, possibly. May not. We'll see. 1 a.m. is pretty late start time for me on the East Coast. I might stay up for like the opening lap. Or like opening 5 laps, just to see the spectacle. And then honestly, after the opening 5 laps, I mean, it is a street course, so there's a decent chance we might see a red flag at some point throughout the race. But honestly, if there's not a red flag, usually after 5 laps, there's not too much of a dramatic change within the front leading order. And they are still getting this 20 car off the racetrack. Still on the hook in the back straightaway. They've got him flipped over. He's right side up now. And I think they got him finally on the rollaway, and he is moving. So, hopefully get green flag racing again here soon. Love Montoya. I know there's a lot of mixed emotions on Montoya in the NASCAR community. A lot of jet dryer jokes. I just liked him because he had a red car when I was a little kid, and I liked the color red. Yeah, I mean, I still like him now. It's cool when he was running some of those Indy 500s when he came back for a few NASCAR starts in the Penske 12. Still keep tabs on races in endurance racing with his son now. But has one of the wildest careers, I think, in all of motorsports, honestly, between his Indy 500 wins, F1 starts, and NASCAR career as well. Now looking at the poll, though, on who's going to win, 50% of y'all are saying Barry, 33% say Butterbean, and 8% each say Yarbrough and Cox. Drop a like and subscribe if you haven't already. Appreciate it. You'll never forget when Montoya should have won at the Brickyard. I will not forget as well. I really wasn't old enough to remember, but I've seen replay that race and heartbroken enough to know that, like, he could have won on an oval. He could have. I don't know. Now I'm just hoping. I'm not so excited for Larson to run the Indy 500 next year. I mean, I'm seriously contemplating going to the event. The only reason I'm hesitating is because, like, you're truly more informed on what's happening in the race when you're not at the race. But, like, it would still be so cool to go just to be there. Torn. And maybe I'll see how he qualifies. And if he qualifies well and seems to have pace, then I might end up buying tickets and just driving down. Oh, that's who I was forgetting in my top 5. David Pearson I would have checked in there, Teresa. So, yeah, Pearson, Petty, Gordon, Johnson, and Earnhardt would be my top 5. Not in any order, really, but dang, that 20 car is just absolutely demolished. Yikes. Watch the F1 race to see if we'll finish second. I know. Well, hey, I mean, right now, Max, I mean, it would have been better if Sainz didn't get the penalty and would start on the front row. Verstappen would have had a worse chance of winning later tonight, but man, I'm just still looking at this 20 car. It is so destroyed on every corner. And I think the Ferraris actually have a chance against Verstappen. I mean, I think other drivers do too. Maybe even a Mercedes, Russell, whoever. Love to see something happen outside the ordinary. Or maybe he gets taken out in an early incident. I mean, we've never had a start on this racetrack before, and things get narrow quick. Never know if an over-aggressive move on the starts some bowling action and takes out some contenders. The guy I'm really looking for, though, tonight is Pierre Gasly starting in 4th. Hopefully they can get some big points that underdog effort. Yeah, it's true, Marcus. Yeah, still currently under red flag for a big incident on the back straightaway. Apparently started by an incident between Dale Jr. and Tristan McGee that ended up with the 20 of Josh Dickens flipping over. Yeah, I said that. A late model flipping over. You don't see that happen too often. Anthony Greco, Juan Pablo can drive and win in anything. This is true. He has spoken facts. Hey, almost up to 400 viewers on the night. I appreciate everybody who's popped in and said hello at some point. Also, if you're new, hit that subscribe button. I may not be presenting you with too many live streams in the near future. Probably Dirt Nationals at Gateway. Maybe the Snowball Derby. Other things, I don't know. I get another support from it, enough support from it, enough support for you guys for it. Then maybe we'll do something there. But primarily we would stream NASCAR races. This year we kind of slowed things down. Going to college, kind of changes up the flow of things. Yeah, it is a classic joke. You don't want to see it upside down. I hope he's good, though. I should have taken a photo. Go check Twitter right now. And just look up Josh Dickens. There's some photos circulating. Uno momento. Hey, hello, VR. I'm sorry. I'm just seeing this, but I could say hi. Annoying the start time for F1. I know. It's just, it's 1 a.m. is so much of an ask. I might stay up for a little bit, but like that race is probably going to take at least an hour and a half because I guarantee you there's probably going to be a red flag. So it might even be almost 2 hours. I'm saying all this and there's not going to be any red flag. But I mean, that means I'm staying up till like 2:30, 3 in the morning. Which typically I'd be okay with, but I'm back home on break, so I kind of want to sleep. You know, I know I gotta see the 500 at some point. I went to the Coke 600 this past year, so I'm trying to cross off the Memorial Day checklist at some point. Try and get airlifted with Larson and go to both events. That's the big brain move. Man, it's still under this red flag. This is a very long delay now. Okay, so we are an hour and a half into this race. 77 laps complete out of 250, so we're like on pace to finish this race in like 6 hours. I'm almost certain it will not go that long. But hey, I appreciate it if y'all decide to stick with me for that long, if it chooses to go that long. I know, that stinks for signs, that grid penalty. Okay, we have lifted the red. We're under yellow. Pace laps are happening again. All right, there we go. Closer to a restart finally. Maybe that long delay will finally mellow out the fans a bit. Now, I'm interested to see if Dale Jr. gets posted for causing this incident and has to drop to the rear, because it sounds like he was at least involved in the start of this incident, contact between him and the 7. We'll see. Okay. Here we go. 30 people watch right now. 34 likes. Appreciate it. Make sure to drop a like and subscribe if you haven't already. Teresa McNeil, do you ever do dirt races? Good race at Duck River tonight. And did you see Joseph and Jonathan win the Corvettes last night at the Freedom Factory? I don't really ever do dirt races. Or, well, no. That's a lie. What am I saying? I mean, in terms of the short track events, I don't do a ton. I mean, it's the off season for primary sports like NASCAR, IndyCar, Formula 1. So, or not Formula 1 yet, but so I kind of go to some of these bigger, smaller events. So that's why I'm doing this. I'm planning to do Dirt Nationals at Gateway. That's probably the next one I'm doing, but I don't. I'm not necessarily live doing this every week. I'm a student at college right now, so I don't really have tons of free time or the space and capacity to do these live streams frequently. But I'll try to keep you guys updated in like the community tab on YouTube if I'm going to be going live at some point. So if you subscribe and just stick around, then I will certainly be live from time to time. Appreciate it if you do subscribe or if you just tune in randomly. Hey guys, can we get up to 3,500 subscribers? That'd be pretty sweet. 33 subs from 3,500. I think we're on pace for 33 cautions tonight. Sleep is overrated. That is. I've been living by that for the last like 2.5 months, and I agree. Except I do want to sleep now. I mean, if you caught me like almost any other day of the last 2 months, I would say sleep is overrated. But tonight I'm gonna disagree. Okay. Here we go. It's the classic 62 on the inside, 95 on the outside for yet again another restart. Now, on the last one, it looked like the 51 was thinking about possibly finally passing the 95 until the 03 got into the back of him. We'll have to see if things are different this time. Can we finally see a change-up in the top 4 running order? It's been Barry, Yarborough, Cox, and Butterbean for quite some time now. Still only now 48 laps away from the halfway break in this one. Here we go. Lights are out on the pace truck. We'll be going green next time. Bye. Thanks to everybody who's watched so far tonight. Make sure you drop a like and subscribe if you haven't already. The 62. Josh Berry has dominated the night so far. He's going to be trying to hang on for once again, another restart. Into turns 3 and 4. The pace truck will pull off. Can the 95 time up his jump just right and maybe finally hang on the outside of the 62 through turns 1 and 2? Here we go. The green flag is in the air. Good restart for the 62, and he has already cleared the 95 by the time they get down to turn 1. Man, a great restart from Josh Berry. Now, can Matt Cox jump on this opportunity? Not quite. He's going to the inside of the 95 this time in turns 3 and 4. Will he get to the door down the front straightaway? Yes, he will, but Josh Berry is clear by a country mile 1 lap after the restart. Can we stay green, though? Can we stay green? We haven't made it more than 2 laps for the last 5 restarts, whatever it's been. Now we got Matt Cox on the inside of the 95. He looks like he might finally clear Yarbrough off of turn 4. He's got the advantage. He's half a car length clear through turns 1 and 2. Matt Cox is your new second place driver in the 51. Yarbrough drops back to 3rd. Then you have Queen in 4th. Brown rounds out your top 5. And we are still green. That's the biggest accomplishment here now. And Dale Jr. did not get penalized for that incident, so he is still running in his previous position. He is currently battling with Steven Nassi in the 51. This is for around the 15th position, I believe. I believe not. Actually, 16th is where he's at right now. He is closing in, though, on Carson Quaffle. His own car. Oh, and Bean now putting the pressure on Queen. And there's some lag on the broadcast. Okay, there we go. And yeah, Yarbrough's starting to try and work that outside line in turns 1 and 2. A bit of a defensive line, kind of. He's opening the door on the inside, but he's got the runoff corner exit to kind of drive away. Cade Brown's getting passed by the number 10 of Caden Honeycutt, who's moving forward. Now he is up into the 7th position. Actually, into the 6th position. Now the next car for him to pass is the 16 of Kelly. Earnhardt now actually up into the 13th position. He is knocking on the door of the top 10. That 3 car been impressive tonight, making up positions left, right, and center. The next car for him to pass is the 04 of Ronnie Bassett Jr. Also trying to keep tabs on who is in this race, who is out of this race after all the carnage that's incurred. In terms of people out of the race right now, you got Boo Boo Dalton, Mark Wentz, Stacy Perrier, Travis Truitt, and then all involved in that last incident. Wow, that took a lot of cars out. Josh Dickens, Adam McCumbee, Brandon Pierce, Zach Miracle, and Stuart Ricks. So we have got 32 cars left in this one. We started with 41. And now here we go. Bean to the inside of the 95. This is for 3rd. Into turns 1 and 2. The 03 on the inside. Down the back straightaway. He's got the 16 all up on his bumper. The 95 has been holding up these guys for quite some time. The urgency is picking up. 90 laps complete. Next time by at the line. The 03 right now kind of stuck side by side with the 95. The 95 is using that high line. He's getting a better runoff corner exit. The 03 trying to roll the center better down low. At the front of the field, though, we are having a battle for the lead now. Matt Cox challenging the 62 of Josh Berry. Could we see a new leader here? 160 laps to go. No, we got a checkup on the backstretch. The 95 maybe got together with the 03, it looks like, and the 16 jumped down low, and now they're all stacked up. This is essentially 3rd place through 8th, all under a blanket. The 03 is clear now. It's the 16 down low. The 10's up high, trying to maybe sneak around the outside of the 95. There's not really space there, but he's got the 23 to his inside, so he has nowhere to go. The 57 also entering the picture here. So Queen is up into third. Now Kelly is almost clear for fourth. He's sideways off of turn 4. Yarbrough is falling like a rock right now, and he is back to fifth. And here we go. The 10, Honeycutt on the outside, make it 3 wide for just a moment. And the 95 really pushing the 10 up the track there. Here you go. Honeycutt making some really bold moves in the 10, and he has got some strong pace moving forward right now. Caden Honeycutt gets into the top 5 now through turns 1 and 2, and we got a yellow flag, so I take it back. He was still behind, I think, at the time of the caution, or it might revert back to the previous lap. We'll see here. 91 laps on the board. Oh, boy, that was some great racing delayed by yet again another caution. Who's involved this time? Okay. Sounds like we've had somebody else go for a swim in the forest. The trench now, it looks like. So the 29 of Wyatt went for a swim in the backyard off of down the back straightaway. Dang, I don't know what that analogy is, but so that's the second time we've seen a car go off track tonight. And I mean, we literally just saw the 10 trying to make an advantageous move to the outside of the 95, and the 95 just kind of pushed him high there. He did not push him off the track, but almost off the track. And so you could have just had somebody clear themselves up and sent somebody off into the grass. We'll probably see that happen again at some point tonight. Man, this has been some great racing happening down the stretch now. If we can just stay green, that's the real challenge. We got 40 people in here, or we had 40 people in here for a second. Thanks to everyone watching. Oh, boy, are we getting another yellow flag? I don't know. What's happening here? We're slowing down on the front stretch. So I think we're going to get lined up side by side here soon, hopefully shortly. I just want to get racing again. We're already lost 10 cars, I believe, since the start of the race. But that was something we saw last year as well. A lot of attrition down the stretch. Now, we're still in the first half of this race, and we've already seen 10 cars retire, so the intensity has been high since the drop of the green flag. But now the real person to keep an eye on is Matt Cox, was able to get by Yarbrough on the last restart. Now was looking for the lead just before that caution flag came out. Can he finally get a jump on that outside restart and contend with Barry on the restart? Barry has been great in the launch every restart so far. But also, though, Honeycutt, he was making some really risky moves, jumping all the way as high as he possibly could in turns 1 and 2. And yes, at the halfway point, you will be able to change tires. So 34 laps away from being able to change tires and make some adjustments to these race cars for everybody, first through last. So right now, it's going to be on the next. So the restart, it's going to be the 62 on the inside, 51 on the outside, then 03 on the inside of row 2, the 16 on the outside of row 2, then the 95 on the inside of row 3 with the 10 to his outside. I feel like we could see the 10 try and jump to the outside and maybe make it 3 wide for third with the 03 and 16 in front of him. We'll have to see how good of a restart he gets. The outside has really not been the preferred line on the restarts all night long. And, okay, lights are not out on the pace truck yet. Go through your top 10 or so running order before we get this next green flag. So it's Barry Cox, row 1, Queen Kelly, row 2, Yarbrough Honeycutt, row 3, Brown and Zilich, row 4, Quaffle and Kelly, row 5. And then don't look now, Hefner and Dale Earnhardt Jr. is on row number 6 in the 12th position. knocking on the door of the top 10 after starting down in 26th. Bassett Jr. and Milliken, row 7. Buse and Nassie, row 8. Gentry and Huffman. That's not Landon. That's not the YouTuber. It's a different one. In row 9. And then Williams and Langley, row number 10. That's your top 20 now. We're going to be going green flag racing. This time by the pace truck pulls off, and Barry leads the field off a turn number 4. Matt Cox on the outside trying to challenge for the lead. Here we go. Green flag is in the air. And another good launch for the 62. The 51 spins the tires as they go down into turns 1 and 2. The 03 trying to challenge for second place now with that open door opportunity, but the 51 will have the runoff corner exit and hold on to second. Now they're side by side for third behind them. Oh, we got, and somebody stopped, and this is probably going to be another yellow flag. Oh, we got another yellow, and it's the 88 of Air Doug. And that's going to be a tough break for Air Doug. We'll have to see if this is terminal. Yeah, so he's asking for a push right now in that 88. But I don't know. We'll see what happens here. Hey, you got it going though. Okay. So the 88 has got a push. And we'll have to see if this ends up being a continual problem, though. If the 88 continues to stall out, then his night really will come to an end here soon. But oh, flat tire on the 88. Right rear. That actually looks... Oh, boy. The tire there pulling out to swap out, so you can't pull out like a fresh tire. Because that'd be too much power. With the amount of fall off we're seeing, that'd be almost, a way to cheat. But that tire, man, that thing's literally caked in dirt in some spots. Okay. Hey, thanks everybody watching right now. Make sure you drop a like and subscribe if you haven't already. McKee that hit the car that flipped is only 13 years old. He races it last year at 12. Okay, that was the guy. I thought, because there's also Brent Cruz, who's another youngin' out there. But I knew there's also McGee. Yeah, that man, 13 years old is crazy. And racing with Dale Jr. Okay, Air Doug's rolling again, so I don't think he loses any laps in that, the way that works. I got 4 people watching this right now. Appreciate it. Currently under caution for the 88 of Air Doug, coming to a stop in turns 1 and 2 with a flat right rear. But he was able to get pushed back to pit road and change that tire out, and he is still going. Now we are closing in on the halfway break where all these drivers will have an opportunity to change tires finally. 91 laps complete. So we are 34 away. Actually, no, wait. Trying to do that. Yeah, 34 laps away from the halfway break at lap 125. Now it's going to be Matt Cox on the outside, Josh Berry on the inside. The control car, row 2, will have Butterbean in the 03 on the inside. The defending winner in 16 of Casey Kelly on the outside. Row 3 will have the 95 of Yarbrough on the inside, who's really started to slip back on the last 2 restarts. And then the 10 of Caden Honeycutt on the outside of row 3, who's been one of the big movers since the start of the race. And if you're keeping an eye on Dale Jr., he has moved up from his 26th starting position to 12th. The green flag is back out. And the 51 and 62 rub doors into the Geico restart zone. I'm thinking this is NASCAR. It's just the restart zone. Anyways, the 62 has a good jump at the start. The 51 rolls the center of the turn, but it's not enough. Barry is clear of him once again into turns 3 and 4. Now further back, Casey Kelly trying to clear the 03 for third place off of turn number 4. Using that outside line, he is making up spots, and now he's into third. Queen in fourth, Yarbrough in fifth after the restart. That outside line is starting to look better, not on the initial jump, but to make passes with. And Honeycutt is still on the outside of Yarbrough, battling for fifth place on the outside, and there you go. The outside line's going to work again into turns 1 and 2. The 10 running really high up the racetrack, but he's making it work, and he's up into the top 5 now. Caden Honeycutt's on the move. Now Connor Zilch as well in the 57, putting pressure on the 95, using that outside line. Further back, Dale Jr. trying to knock into the top 10, and he is now into the top 10. He's up to 10th. Woo! At the front of the field, though, Josh Berry's got a big gap over Matt Cox, who's got actually an even bigger gap to Casey Kelly in third. Man, if I could do English, that would be nice. Right now, though, Honeycutt trying to put the pressure on Queen for fourth. The 10 is moving. And turn 3, we've got somebody over the berm with a lot of damage, and it's Air Doug. Oh, boy, I can already picture where this was going. Oh, we got 2 guys beached also up on the curb. The 71 of Katie Hettinger and the 7. Tristan McKee in the 7. Okay, yeah, McKee has been involved in quite a few. Man, just 13 years old, that still boggles my mind. Oh, yeah, wow. A little bit of a fire coming from maybe the tailpipes or maybe just something else over there in the grass. Some flat tires, though, for a few drivers from that incident. And the 88 of Air Doug, though, definitely with a probably terminal damage on the nose of that car. Heavy front damage. Hey, we got 500 people that have watched tonight. Appreciate it. Yeah, Earnhardt's now top 10. If you're just tuning in, Dale Earnhardt started 26. Now he's up into the top 10. Finished 9th in this race a year ago. Had a similar arc of just towards the rear and slowly getting further and further, or closer and closer to the front, I should say. And then had a penalty and had to drop to the rear. Oh, that front right tire, that looks possibly towed in. I don't know. That might just be a flat tire on the other side. We'll see. Gauging the damage on the 7. So the 88, the red Ferrari for Air Doug. I mean, I didn't see any fluids coming out of it, even though the front was really smashed up. I might try and take a hammer to it and knock it around and see if that'll make it look a little prettier. Okay, right now they're just trying to poke out that front fender. Try and make it look a little more pretty. Or really the bumper, and then they're trying to poke the fender back in. Essentially just ran into the back of somebody and plowed up the hood. Now, I don't know if they have a spare nose they can just switch out like that. Or if they can just run it without a nose. I don't really know all the details. We'll see. But that whatever hood they had, I'm saying nose. I meant to say hood there. Whatever hood they had is definitely not going to be reusable. Hey, thanks, guys. Okay, we got another new subscriber. Now we're just 32 subs from 1,500. Or 3,500. They just summed it up perfectly in the broadcast. With the amount of cautions we've seen tonight, if they can just get that car to roll off of pit road, then he's probably got a chance still. Because this attrition does not seem to be slowing down. Okay, now fuel actually is being mentioned on the broadcast as a point of concern, possibly. So they sent Eric Doug back out without a hood. The front right fender is fairly flared out. I think they're just trying to get him back out there and see if he can maybe run it to the halfway break at lap 125, and then maybe from there they got a 10-minute window to try and get that hood back on there. Okay, so Air Doug, though, I mean, you don't lose laps under caution, so he's still in contention. Okay, 1 to go. And then we'll have another restart, and it's the new classic, the 62 and the 51 now on the front. It's not the 62 and the 95. Now Matt Cox has moved up. Matt Cox just trying to get a jump on the outside. The outside line seems to be best for making moves once you get a lap or two after the restart, but on the initial jump, just Barry, maybe it's just Barry and not really the line, because the 62 has just been untouchable in the first half of this race so far. Now we'll see if Matt Cox can change that. The pace truck pulls down, and the green flag is back out in the South Carolina 400. And there you go. The 51 gets a pretty good restart that time. Tries to get down on the door of the 62, and he's got a good run this time. Off of turn 2, he edges ahead. Give the advantage to Matt Cox into turn 3. Off of turn number 4, the 62 rolls the bottom real nice. At the line, it's going to be Barry with the slight advantage, but Matt Cox holding his own on this restart. Finally, a challenge for the lead. He's going to roll the top side, the preferred line right now, and he's got to run down the back straightaway. The 62 hanging tough on the door numbers of the 51. Now back into turn 4, the 62 down low. I think the preferred end of the racetrack for the 62 is 3 and 4, and the preferred end for the 51 is 1 and 2. And man, a great run from Barry off of turn 4 right there. He is going to clear the 51 for now. Man, that was the biggest challenge we've seen Josh Berry receive all night tonight. Matt Cox up in the pressure here with 154 laps to go. Berry, Cox, Kelly, Queen, and Honeycutt, your top 5. Honeycutt putting the pressure on Queen for 4th right now. Then Zilch, Brown, Yarbrough, Quaffle, and Kelly, your top 10. Yarbrough continuing to lose spots. Then Buch and Earnhardt has now dropped down to 12th. Hefner, Milliken, and Bassett, your top 15. And Honeycutt trying to use that high side once again. Now he's on the outside of Butterbean through turns 1 and 2. The black 10 with the bright yellow numbers making that outside line work. And don't look now, Caden Honeycutt continuing to make big moves inside of the top 10. He's almost clear. I think he's going to clear him off of turn 4. Yes, he will. Caden Honeycutt up into the 4th position now. He is making it look easy. He's bringing the 57, though, of Connor Zilch with him. The 57 now thought about looking down low on the 03 in turns 3 and 4. He's not going to be close enough to really make the move stick this time, but the 10 is kind of dragging the 57 to the front with him. We're seeing a new wave right now work their way towards the front of the field. Woo! Thanks to everybody watching right now. Make sure you drop a like and subscribe if you haven't already. We got almost 40 people in here. Appreciate it. Oh, no, not another yellow. Oh, this is the new race break. They've moved it to lap 100 because there are so many caution laps that fuel was an issue. My goodness, that's the amount of cautions we've seen tonight, ladies and gents. So many that they had to move the comp yellow because everybody was going to run out of gas. So there's the competition yellow at lap 100, 150 laps to go. Now these teams will all be able to come down and put on fresh tires. So 4 fresh tires, that's big news. And also have 10 minutes to just work on their cars and do some damage repair like the 88 of Air Doug definitely will do, considering they don't even have a hood on the car right now. Yeah, now we are 2 hours into this race essentially, and we're at 100 laps complete. So we're currently on pace to finish this race in like 5 hours. Woo! I think I'm also going to be taking a break to step away here shortly, but man, this was just some great racing we were starting to see now. I'm going to put up a new poll now. I mean, Barry has definitely been the dominant car. Okay. So Barry, I mean, Cox is definitely starting to challenge him. He's challenged him on the last few restarts. I think if we have a long green flag run, he really might be able to pass him for the lead, possibly. $16 at Casey Kelly. And I guess I got to put Caden Honeycutt now in the mix. I'm really keeping my eyes on that 10 right now. He has looked really strong, making great passes recently. Hey, we're up to 3,470. I appreciate it. We're 30 subscribers away from 3,500. Appreciate it. In this very race a year ago, we hit 3,000 subscribers. So, could we hit another big milestone tonight? We'll see. You know, I said Dale Earnhardt 3,000 times last year as a celebration of 3,000. So, if you want to find that video, it's still somewhere on the YouTube channel. I think we already gotten 11 new subscribers on the night. Appreciate it. Oh my brother. What? Okay, I've been betrayed. It's jumping all over the place. Okay, now it's coming back up. All right. Oh well. Okay, it just did a weird dance for me. All right, whatever. Thanks everybody watching. Woo. Oh brother. Okay, yeah. We might have more cautions than subscribers gang tonight. We got 40 likes. Thanks. Man, we might still be live when the F1 race starts tonight. That was not my goal, but that may end up being where we're end up at. Wow. Man. All right. Okay, guys. I actually really want to say thanks to everybody that subscribed tonight because honestly, the channel's been pretty dormant for a while, so it's just cool to see the numbers going up again. I really haven't been doing too much on my end, but we're probably going to change that up in the future. Man. It is good to be back. If you guys want to share this stream with anybody that's also a racing fan, I'd appreciate it. Just give me a second real quick. Just trying to share the link on some of my other social platforms. Let me know in the chat, who do you think is going to win the South Carolina 400 based on what you've seen in the first half, or more so what you've heard? Maybe what you've seen if you do have Flow Racing, you're just choosing to listen to me as well. I do appreciate that. And just give me like 10 more seconds, and then we'll be all good. Okay, I think. There we go. We're reconnecting. Once again, if you guys do want to watch the actual race, you got it. Flow Racing has got it, as you probably all know. But It is a big price, but I would honestly recommend it because you have a lot of great action on there, like just tons of racing you can find. Yeah, I hope we're not overlapping F1. That would not be the goal. But if it comes to it, it comes to it. Or yeah, you guys in the chat seem to be pretty all for Barry in the 62 right now. Because, I mean, understandably so. He has pretty much dominated. My eyes would be probably on Cox as well as Honeycutt. But I think the fresh tires are probably going to be an advantage for Barry because he was fast in single car runs on fresh tires. And now really it was as the run went on, that was when he looked more and more vulnerable to Cox. So I think the fresh tires might benefit him. But also now we're going to be going 150 laps instead of 125 on this set. So it's going to be even more demanding on this next set of tires. So at the run, he might even be more vulnerable than he was at this one. I think cautions could also play a factor. We had to stop early because we were considering all the caution laps ran and these guys might run out of gas. Is that going to happen again? Are they going to have to throw another competition yellow and then allow them to change tires again potentially? We'll have to see. There's a whole other box of worms that we're about to unpack in the next 150 laps. Michael Yeager, don't count out the 03. I'm definitely not. He wasn't really a factor last year until the last 10 last 25-ish laps. There's going to be comers and goers. There's probably going to be more chaos. It's been at the back of the field so far in the first half, but in the second half of the race last year, that's when the chaos picked up at the front of the field, and I do not expect that to change this year. Look around on Twitter for any updated news on the ground. What are the adjustments being made? Everybody's obviously changing 4 tires. I doubt that's changing. So what's the latest right now? Okay, somebody's just sharing their current running order, which we can go over here shortly. The first half took 1 hour and 58 minutes. It's not even the first half. It's like the first 2 fits. Yikes. And I don't see too many updates out right now. We'll go over the updated running order. Hey, Sandwich, how are you doing? Thanks for tuning in. So, at the front of the field, it's Josh Berry, who's dominated Matt Cox in second. Casey Kelly, who's been consistently inside the top 5 all night. Really, that is true of your top 3. Caden Honeycutt has moved from the mid-teens up into the 4th in the 10 car. He's somebody to keep an eye on. Brendan Queen in 5th, the defending winner of this race. Connor Zilch is another driver that's been moving forward. He's kind of just been following the path the 10 has paved. The 23 of Cade Brown running in 7th. Carson Quaffle in 8th. That's the highest he's been all night. The 21 of Lane Bucci and this 95 of Sam Yarbrough, who's really started to fall like a rock, rounds out your top 10. Then Cody Kelly, another guy that spent a lot of time in the top 5 early on, who's starting to fade. Dale Jr., after starting 26th, he's up to 12th. The 3 is somebody to look out for in the second half, possibly a top 5 run. He finished 9th in this race a year ago, looking to better that result. The 02 of Justin Milliken in 13th, Ronnie Bassett Jr. in the 04, and 14th, and Jacob Hefner in the 57H rounds out your top 15. And then Stephen Nassy in 16th, Landon S. Huffman in the 28, not the YouTuber, he's in the 75, is in 17th. Then O'Reilly Gentry, William Sawalich, that's right, your ARCA champion, William Sawalich in 19th. Carter Langley, and I believe it's the ARCA East champion, not the overall champion, if I'm correct. And Carter Langley in the rounds out your top 20. Bryant Barnhill in 21st. Then Landon Huffman, the YouTuber, in the 75H in 22nd. Honestly, he's really struggled for pace all night. Started in, I think, 36th. This is the highest he has been tonight, kind of just moving up as the cars eliminate themselves. But who knows, in the second half, if the drama continues and he just keeps his nose clean, which he wasn't able to do last year, he might have a shot at a top 10. Then you got Josh Williams in the 11. After announcing his big news with Kaulig, he's got, I think that car's actually being fielded out in the Kaulig garage technically. He's having, honestly, a pretty mediocre night, though. He was running closer. He's running in the, 17th position or so, and he's kind of faded back now to 23rd. Anthony Adams and Trent Barnes round out your top 25. And essentially everybody on down has had some sort of chaos or some sort of bad incident in their night. Casey Wyatt, Truett Miranda, Paul Owens, Air Doug, who's currently without a hood, and Katie Hettinger round out your top 30. Then David Roberts, Tristan McKee, only 13 years old and 32nd, and he is the last car. Oh, I think actually Tristan McKee is done for the night. He was involved in the penultimate most recent caution. So that leaves us with just 31 cars in this race. We have officially lost our first 10 cars are out of this race. There are only 31 left still to dance. Yeah, that is an update on everybody's running position. Opinion on oh, what? You're from England, Sandwich. So have you been up late tonight, or are you just waking up early for the Vegas GP? I have a feeling you're probably just up late. It's 3 a.m., I think, your time. We've had a few English viewers over the years. Jimmy Causey, do not count out the 95 after the break. I know. He was looking strong early on, but he really started to fade. So I'm split on the 95. I think he could be a contender. Last year, he was a contender late in the going. He kind of moved forward again before getting caught up in some chaos. He probably should have won the race last year. But he's definitely got to make a lot of passes in the second half now that he's in 10th if he wants to win. Yeah, Josh Williams anywhere in the top 20. Yeah, he's down to 23rd, Michael Yeager. He's just kind of struggling. My Twitter I don't really use Twitter. I just use it during races to like keep tabs at things. I don't post anything, so it's just some long like default whatever it gave me. See, I don't even know what it is. Vegas GP looks like doo-doo. I'm split. I mean, obviously there was the incident at the start with the drain cover, so that's gonna give it kind of a bad vibe from the start. I'll have to see the race tonight. I didn't stay up and watch any of the action last night. I think one of the things that really hurts it is just the late start times, at least for us. But that kind of just comes down to where you are in the time zones. I'm interested to see how the racing product is. I hope it's decent. It's actually I don't think that narrow really for a street course, honestly. The long straight I think will make things interesting. I mean, it's a street course, so you probably are going to see possibly a red flag, especially being in a new street course. And I'm not saying I'm a fan of crashes. I'm more so a fan of close racing, and that happens when you have restarts. One World, One Goal, they told Josh to get out and get a hot dog at the break. That's funny. I assume they are kidding. I don't know, man. No offense to Josh Williams, but that guy looks like he might get a few hot dogs in between stages. I mean, I love me some Josh Williams, don't get me wrong. And maybe, honestly, I would maybe do the same thing. I'd maybe be a little too nervous to stomach a hot dog, but at the same time, if I was relaxed enough, I'd just go grab a dog. Maybe that would help me relax. You're calling a red within 10 laps? Oh, I would not be surprised. It's you would think with the amount of red flags tonight, the drivers would have decided to calm down at some point, but it does not seem to be the case at all. If anything, it's only gotten more intense each time. Oh, our subscriber total went early. There we go. Hey, guys, appreciate everyone watching. Hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. 30 subscribers away from 3,500. Think about, usually I would say if you subscribe, we might get a caution. I think tonight y'all are probably in the bandwagon of tonight. If you subscribe, that's one less caution we're going to get. Because I would say typically in a NASCAR race, sometimes the field gets dragged out and you're a fan of cautions. There's not a ton of crazy great green flag racing. Whereas here, there is crazy great green flag racing, and all these cautions are just breaking it up. Man, Sandwich, NASCAR is more exciting. I would agree with you on that. I don't understand fans of F1. I mean, I understand because they're just totally a casual fan. It's just a fan in name. It's just something that's cool. Most of the fans of it are just people that follow it on the Instagram page for F1 and probably hardly ever even watch a race. Or watch Drive to Survive. Drive to Survive fans, as they're called. Now, I think there is potential to try and harness those fans into the broader motorsports scene. I think that is happening in some aspect. A lot of people kind of just write NASCAR off as, the freaking redneck sport. But I think it's much more to it than that. And 6 new subscribers tonight so far. Oh, it's more than 6. We're actually up 11. So, Mark, 11. So it's been a good night. Actually, this stream currently up to almost 600 viewers on the night. Really appreciate it, guys. Boy, this computer though, it's doing its best to hang on in these with this me streaming it off of this laptop. Yeah, this stream right now is, I don't know where it ranks on the year. We'll check. Okay. Oh, we're actually not that close to the top 10 stream on the year. I thought we were closer. We are on the totem pole. We're like, actually, yeah, we got to get up to like a few thousand to get into the top 10. I mean, I haven't streamed in a minute, but I forgot that at the start of the year, the streams are actually fairly successful. But thanks to everybody who's watched still, nonetheless. That doesn't really... Oh, boy, I didn't realize my charger also came unplugged. That's probably also affecting why the stream is slower. Okay, we got the charger back going. Okay, that's good. Don't want to die on you. Yeah, open wheeler and fender race cars have totally different followings. Yeah, that's the thing. It's hard to really ever talk Formula One on this channel just because there's just such a big clash between fan bases. I'm really fans of both. I prefer fender racing to open wheel. But if I were to ever work in one, I'd probably work in open wheel because there's more money in it and there's more like, I'm not saying as a driver, but I'm saying as like a mechanic. There's just more science to it. There's more high-end technology. Not to take away from any of the mechanics that work in this level of racing. I would still love to do this. I'd love to work in racing in any capacity. But yeah. Got 40 people in here right now. I appreciate it. Make sure you drop a like and subscribe. Currently during the 10-minute break in between stages, they ended up having to shorten stage 1 due to the fact there were so many cautions. They were worried about the drivers running out of fuel. They cut it from 125 to 100 laps in stage 1. Now stage 2 is poised to be 150 laps. And if we see as many cautions as we did in the first half, I wouldn't be surprised if we end up having to have a second stage break. I genuinely would not be. Keep in mind, this year's race is 50 laps longer than last year, so that also kind of changes things. I think they're getting ready to get them going again as all the crew members are walking away from their cars now. And yes, they're now rolling off a pit road, led by Josh Berry, who has led essentially the entire night. I think he took the lead on lap number 4 and has not looked back. Rick, any updates on the flip? I'm not really. No, we don't have any camera angles or anything like that. I mean, just the word on the street is that Dale Jr. got into Tristan McGee, more of a racing incident, not intentional, and that ended up just somehow chaining out in the 20 of Josh Dickens flipping over on its roof. Driver is completely okay though. Yeah, this race has been so long that the concession stand actually ran out of food. Wow. Info Warrior, thanks for that info. They've run out of food, and we're all like, we're not even halfway in the race. Oh, that is true. I do like modifieds in terms of open wheel racing. I guess modifieds are good. And man, I haven't done this in a while, so my voice probably isn't as tough as it was. And I don't know if you can really hear it on the mic yet, but I can feel it in my throat. My throat is starting to get a little sore, and we are not even halfway yet in this one. I'm going to finish it out regardless. But, wow, this race has been intense. We are closing in on the 3-hour mark in this stream, the 2.5-hour mark in this race, if you include the 10-minute break in the middle. Okay, looking at the poll in the chat, though, majority of you guys are still leaning Barry. I've tried to make my case for Honeycutt. Honeycutt's moving forward. Keep an eye on that black 10. Oh, my gosh, that car, it's looking good. It's looking good. I know you guys can't see it. You can only hear it through my voice. But, I mean, I do understand why y'all are going for Barry so hard. He has dominated. But the 10 has had to work his way through traffic all night. And they're going side by side now. 62 on the inside, 51 on the outside. That's row 1, and 16 on the inside of row 2 with the 10 to his outside. Row 3 is the 03 on the inside, the 57 to his outside. Also, if you're wondering where Dale Jr.'s at, he's in 12th. He's been working his way forward all night, knocking on the door of that top 10 now. We're down to 31 cars. We started with 41. That means we're currently on pace to finish with 16 cars. Yikes. Okay, here we go. I think we're going to be going green flag racing next time by. Also, I did see that Landon Huffman did sign a part-time modified ride for next year. That'll be cool to watch. The last lap is the one worth leading. You're right about that. Man, even with 10 cars out of this race, I mean, this field is still huge for this track, man. And we got almost 16 rows of 2x2. Here we go. 62 on the inside, the 51 on the outside. Can Cox finally get him on the restart? Will Honeycutt make it 3 wide to the outside? The question I've been asking all night. Here we go. Off of turn number 4. The second half is underway. The green flag back in the air in the South Carolina 400. Josh Berry leads the field to green once again, and he gets another great launch down to turn 1. And he is already clear of Matt Cox. Matt Cox can't roll the outside good enough to get back to that door down the back straightaway down low. Look out. Kelly on the inside. Here we go, though. Cox moves down low, and he opens the door for Hunt through turns 3 and 4. Man, that 10 car, I mean, he is just, looks like he's on a different level right now. They must have put 4 Mr. Feel really, really goods on that car at the stage break. And, man, Dale Jr. into the top 10, trying to make more passes. He's got the 95 of Yarbrough right in front of him. And now Honeycutt has caught the 62, but he hasn't quite figured out what to do with him just yet. He's staying in line behind him. He hasn't tried that high side since he made the 2 passes. Also, Junior now is getting boxed in by Yarbrough, and now it's going to give an opportunity for Cade Brown in the 23 to jump to his outside. And, man, Junior's actually up to 8th. I didn't even realize that. And, yeah, Cade Brown making that outside line work. Also, at the front of the field, they didn't show him. Honeycutt has gotten by Berry for the lead. We have a new leader, finally, with 144 laps to go. Caden Honeycutt leads in the South Carolina 400. And Dale Jr. is up to 8th. They've got a great one coming your ways, ladies and gentlemen. Man, Honeycutt is just flying. He cleared Berry in literally in less than a lap. He's already got maybe a 3-4 car length lead. I mean, I think Honeycutt is about to just run away right now. We're trying to run away and hide as fast as he can. Oh, man, and Yarbrough just got shunted up out of the way by somebody because he is bleeding tons of positions. Once again, that 95 has just not looked the same since about the lap 100 mark, or the lap 50 mark, I should say. Okay. And Junior in 10th. And right now, man, the 10, though, just like that, he's been caught up to by Honeycutt. What has happened? They're running 2x2 like 5 rows deep at the front of the field. Does Honeycutt have a problem? Or what in the world? They've just found the top tire to front of the field's now all bottled up. Man, Honeycutt is just, did he just burn up everything on his tires? Because look at that. Cade Brown in the 23 has just rolled in the top side and rolled right by everybody. He was passing Dale Jr. just a few laps ago, and now he's hooked up on the high side, and he's just rolled from 8th place a few laps ago, and now he's out front and he's flying away. What is happening? Matt Cox now in the 51 moves back into 2nd. And now the 16 Jews on the outside, everybody is stuck behind Honeycutt down low. Almost like Honeycutt has had some sort of problem, or he just burned up his tires. I don't even know if it's possible to burn them up like that. I mean, he just drove by everybody, and now everybody's driving by him like he's a lapper stuck in the way. Man, what is happening? Cade Brown in the 23 is driving away from these guys right now. Cox in second, and Honeycutt is side by side with Kelly for third. Wow. Okay, so right now I think Barry's just saving his tires. I think that's what we just saw. Honeycutt used his stuff, he burned up his tires and just drove away, and now he's feeling the effects. Now right now Barry is saving his tires and he's bleeding positions though. So it's Brown, Cox, Kelly, Honeycutt, Bice. Okay, I've been mispronouncing that name all night. Bice, though, is up to fifth, trying to get by Honeycutt now. Barry, Quaffle, Zilch, and then Cody Kelly and Hefner round out your top 10. And keeping your tabs, Dale Jr. just outside the top 10, 11th right now. Oh, boy. Carson Quaffle now all on the bumper of the 62 of Josh Berry. And, okay, Matt Cox looking to the inside of Kelly for second place. Not going to make a move that time. Now, Honeycutt is stabilized in fourth. And see, I think he just used his stuff, and then he tried to save his stuff and was saving his stuff almost too much, and then just got overran and Cade Brown just jumped out to the lead now. Question is just who's going to have it there at the finish. We're still closing in on the true halfway point in this race. 132 laps to go. It's Brown, Kelly, Cox. And now Brown is kind of falling back towards this pack, similar to what we saw with Honeycutt. Honeycutt drove out there and was starting to drive away, but I think he was abusing his tires and then fell right back to planet Earth. And Brendan Queen has just completely fallen like a brick after this restart. He restarted in fifth, and now he's down to 19th, man. I mean, there's only 31 cars in this race. He's dropped so far back. Okay. Boy, we just saw a three-wide move through the middle, getting by Queen as well as the 5. I'm not quite sure who that is. But it sounds like Queen's just going full tire save mode. That's what we're seeing. Anybody that's kind of off the pace right now is just fully conserving tires to the point at which they're doing everything they can without falling a lap down. Because this is going to be an even longer run than the first half of this race, 150 versus 100 laps. So, yeah, you're going to want to have your tires there at the finish of the race. But you're also going to want to be there at the finish of the race, man. Cade Brown and Kelly are starting to drive away now. Kelly putting the pressure in fourth and Bice in fifth. Man, the real challenge right here is just not burning up your stuff. You see the lead right in front of you, and you just want to go and take it, but you're going to burn tire life. You just got to figure out what you want. Do you want the lead now, or do you want it at the end? Or more so to have a chance to go for it at the end? Or would you rather get it now and just say you're going to do everything you can to hold them off the rest of the way? And hope you have enough. Jimmy, 95 will save his tires and then go. You work for MMR, which is in the same shop as Sam. Okay. Thanks for that info, Jimmy. I mean, I'm still kind of new to this whole thing. I see somebody saying saving gas. Man, I'm interested in this whole saving tire strategy. And yeah, the 03 is literally weighted as well as the 95. They're essentially dropping all the way back to where they're about to go a lap down. And now they're either about to look really smart or really dumb. I'm super interested to see where this goes. If tire saving's the move, or if tire saving, I mean, maybe if you tire save too much is really the risk now. Woo. Okay, can we get this thing up to 50 likes, guys? I appreciate it. Oh boy, Quaffle just squeezed the 13 up the track there. I think we're going to, yeah, so it sounds like we're going to have a lot of comers and goers in this second half. People that are moving forward now, but they're not saving their tires as much, and then you're going to have people moving forward later who are saving their tire right now. I mean, the amount of tire saving some of these guys are doing, I mean, they're at least half a second a lap slower than people that are going all out. Maybe almost a second a lap slower. Because it's like basically the second they try and put an effort, they can just fly by a few people that are saving. Now here comes Honeycutt making moves forward once again. It looks like he's decided it's time to go again. And he's going to cut around the 16, and he's challenging the 23 now. This is for the lead. Now, yeah, Barry has dropped back to 6th, but supposedly just tire saving right now. And so Bice, right now, representing at the front of the field, currently in 5th. Oh, boy, okay. Cox now going to the inside of Kelly. This is for 3rd. And the 51 at Cox is going to move ahead of Casey Kelly down the back straightaway. Now Bice is going to try and fill the hole underneath the 16 and try and work her way up into 4th. So, I mean, the action on the track has picked up, but we have not seen a yellow flag yet in this second half. I think that's mainly because you're seeing a lot of guys conserve tire, even though you're seeing a lot of aggressive moves being made, and it's more so people kind of letting people go by in some capacity because they're trying to save tire. I mean, the laps are just ticking by now. 115 laps to go. So fuel is still a concern, it sounds like, to the commentators, even without a lot of cautions, because 150 laps is a lot of laps. So I'm really interested to see. Oh, for the love of God. Who just commentated that on Instagram? I'll scroll around. I've been doing that a few times. If you want me to scroll through other places in the top 10 or you're wondering where another driver's running, just comment it in the chat. Just do a quick scroll through here as the leaderboard is resetting. Okay. So yeah, still 31 cars in this race. And the last one on the leader lap right now is the 18R of David Roberts. And he is about to go a lap down, though. As your leaders who are catching the rear of the field. Now I'm interested to see the guys that have supposedly been conserving tires. Are they just going to step on it once they get caught by these leaders and drive away? Or what? How will this interaction go? 109 laps to go. Cade Brown, Caden Honeycutt, Matt Cox, Laney Bice, Casey Kelly, your top 5. Josh Berry, Carson Quaffle, Cody Kelly, Connor Zilch, and Justin Milk in your top 10. But frankly, take a lot of these positions with a grain of salt because you're seeing a lot of tire saving and a lot of people potentially burning their stuff up early in the going, trying to get track position and then just hope they can hold it off for the later halves or later parts of this race. Hey, we got another new subscriber. I appreciate it. Shout out to Info Warrior. Also, if you don't get the little dinosaur thing to pop up when you subscribe, it only does it to people, I guess, who have their subscriptions public or something like that. I don't really know, but still, I appreciate it nonetheless. Yeah, the 03. It sounds like the 95 is decided it's time to go because now he is working on the outside, getting by Butterbean in the 03. Now he's still currently running down in like 25th or something like that, but it is time to go in the 95 camp, it sounds like, as the leaders are starting to get close to lapping the tail end of the field. It's Brown, Honeycutt, Cox, Bice, and Kelly are top 5 still. They're running single file, nose to tail, essentially through the entire top 10. There's somebody trying to make stuff happen on the outside. That's a 13 of Cody Kelly. He's been running on that outside line for pretty much since the drop of the green flag. I'm interested to see if that's, burning more life out of those tires, going up a groove higher than everybody else. Yeah, Yarbrough has decided it's time to go. He is making moves left, right, and center. So your leader's lap time last time by in 19.95. And Sam Yarbrough is running in the 20s, so he's probably having to work more traffic, so that could have an effect. But he might be conserving tire again. He might have just passed a few guys to give himself a bit more of a buffer zone to the leaders and be able to save some more tire again. Okay. Hey, we got another subscriber. Who is that? Appreciate it. Causey. Thanks. Hey, we're up to 3,472. Getting closer to 3,500 each time. Appreciate it. Gotten 13 new subscribers tonight. Welcome to Free Motorsports. And just Brown continuing to drive away. 100 laps to go now. 100 laps to go. Last 75 laps, or actually last, 50 laps have just ticked by like that. It took us an hour and a half to work through lap 100 to lap 150, and now it's taken us maybe 10 minutes to work, or not 10 minutes, like 15 minutes to work from lap 150 to lap 100 to lap 150. Oh boy, that all just got backwards in my brain, but we're good. 99 to go. It's still Brown out front by about 2 car lengths over Honeycutt. Your leader's getting closer to lap traffic right now, the last of which is Brown. I got 42 people in here right now. Appreciate it. Feel free to drop a like and subscribe if you haven't already. Honeycutt, one car length back now from Brown. Running a bit of a higher entry into turns 1 and 2. It's kind of hard to gauge how hard these guys are going right now, considering everybody has to save some tire in this run, or else they're not going to be able to be around at the finish. So now it's kind of changed roles. Your leaders that were challenging early on, that kind of gained track position, are now leading the race. They were running, which are competitive lap time right now is about a 19.5, and now they've backed up about a half a second a lap. And then the leaders that ended up saving early in the run, like the 03 of Butterbean, the 95 of Yarbrough, now they are full attack running 19.5, starting to chase down your leading chain. So it sounds like the veterans in the 03 and the 95 decided to save for the opening 50 laps, and now it seems like I guess everybody leading the race is deciding to try and save a little bit here on this next 50, whatever, how many laps they decide to save for. And the 03 is going to make a move to the inside of the 1 through turns 1 and 2, and he'll make quick work. Almost up to 50 likes. I appreciate it, guys. Thanks to everyone watching so far tonight. Yeah, Josh Williams has honestly been a non-factor tonight. After driving in what is now Colleague fielded number 11, I thought he'd be quite the contender because obviously Colleague is probably the biggest operation of any entering a car in tonight's race, or second to Junior Motorsports probably. But, I mean, he has been a non-factor essentially since the drop of the green flag. Yarbrough continuing to move forward as well as the 03. Yarbrough now up to 22nd. Also, Air Doug in the 88 still going strong without a hood, currently running 26 out of 31 cars, so still has a fair pace. Probably not enough to contend with a win, but and when we saw 10 cars eliminated in the first half of this race, if we see 10 more eliminated in the second half and he's not one of them, he'll still pull out maybe a decent result. Probably earning some fans out of that. Carson Quaffle getting passed by the 16 of Cody Kelly, who's deciding it's time to go again. And just behind him, or actually the 16 of Casey Kelly, and behind him is the 13 of Cody Kelly. And a little further back, Dale Jr. currently running down, I think, the 14th position. Actually, check that to 12th position. I'm still waiting until about 50 laps to go to really start taking the moves being made more seriously. Because that's when people are going to be going full push or just full holding on for dear life because they push too hard in the early going. And now Cox and Bice going to work their way around the 10 of Honeycutt, who's looking strong early on. But like I said, I don't know who's really saving right now and who's really going full push. And whether or not these passes are really genuine and both guys are going all out, or if somebody's just having to is having to give up position because they have to save tire to be around at the end. But the defending winner of this race, the 03 of Queen, still kind of saving further back outside of the top 20 still. But, I mean, we saw this last year on the 03. Wasn't really a factor until the last 20 laps and then came in and just took over and drove away with it. Cade Brown, though, continues to lead over now. It's Matt Cox and Elaney Bice. And then it's Honeycutt, Quaffle, Barry, Kelly, Zilch, Kelly, and Milliken rounding out your top 10. Still not a caution in the second stint of this race. But this is kind of what we saw in the first half. Things were pretty tame for the opening 50, 60 laps or so. Then there was one yellow flag, and then we couldn't get more than 3 or 4 green flag laps in a row. Yes, Josh Berry is on track right now. He's dominated the opening half of this race, and now he's kind of dropped back to 5th, but I believe he's just kind of saving tire right now. Dale Jr.'s in 12th, if you're also wondering about that. Hey, you're up to 3,473 subscribers. I appreciate it. Hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. Up to 50 likes on the night as well. Thanks to everybody who's tuned in. And the 13 of Cody Kelly continuing to try to push forward on that outside line. I mean, he has been up there essentially this entire run. Now on the outside of the 57 of Connor Zilch. 77 laps to go right now for your leader, Cade Brown, who's opened up a considerable gap over Matt Cox. Like I said, I'm still waiting till about 50 laps to go. Almost like at Talladega when you're waiting for the final few laps for everybody to get on maybe the single file racing and then start jockeying side by side. Once again, I feel like everybody's kind of playing it tame right now. And then it's going to be time to go, and chaos will pick up dramatically. Still 31 cars in this race out of the 41 that started. A quick recap of tonight's events. Sam Yarbrough started on pole and then got passed on lap 4 by Josh Berry, who dominated the first half of this race, but that was not without some contention along the way, especially contention from quite a few yellows. We made it clean and green through the first opening 65-ish laps, and then we had a caution for Zach Miracle going off the backstretch. And then we could not get more than a few laps of green flag in a row. The most hectic of those cautions being a flip by the 20 of Josh Dickens. And that into itself took out 4 or 5 cars. And then they ended up having to shorten the halfway point, or the halfway break from being on lap 125 to lap 100 for the drivers being concerned about running out of fuel for the amount of caution laps we had. Now Quaffle looks like it's starting to decide it's time to go. He got by Barry a few laps ago. Now he's going to the inside of Honeycutt and going to be trying to apply the pressure to Laney Bice here for third place soon. $70 laps to go this time by. Barnes is up to 24th. And Honeycutt and Yarbrough continuing to pick up a few more spots. And things have really tamed down here in the second half. Hey, up to 3,474 subscribers. I appreciate it. Thanks to everybody tuning in. How's Williams doing? Josh Williams just been not really a factor all night. I wanted to see him do something. Wanted to see him make things a little more interesting, but I think still running down like in the low 20s. Actually the high 20s, down in 27th. Just a non-factor. I don't know if he's saving right now, but I mean, I wouldn't say he's saving based on how he ran in the first half. Dale Jr. helped Landon Huffman some. High Rod Kavaka is an Earnhardt company. No, yeah, I know about that, yeah. So Dale Jr., I mean, he's bringing quite a few of these rides to this race tonight. Whether it be out of his own trailer or out of his pocket. And that's what you need in racing. You need people that support it. Like I said, we're getting closer to 50 laps to go. And now Cade Brown starting to get reeled in again by Matt Cox. He might have gone too hard too early. All right. Cade Brown just trying to, I think if Cade Brown wins this race, I'll honestly be shocked. Honestly, good to him for the strategy call that they have decided to go with. But I still have a feeling that's probably not going to be the case. And so we got some lap traffic ahead of your leaders. Oh, it's the 7 of McGee. So McGee actually is back out on the track. So we have, I think, 32 cars going. I thought we only had 31. And maybe they were able to get him back out there. He did get some damage. Yeah, he is 6 laps down. We actually have 32 cars still going, 31 on the lead lap. Now, once they catch McGee, there are a whole lot more lap cars in front of him. And we haven't seen lap traffic play too much of a factor because just as your leaders were catching the tail end of the field in the first half of this race, that's when the first yellow flag fell. Now, things might be different here in the second half. And 60 laps to go this time by at the line. And as they work their way off of turn 4, yeah, the 7 is right there. Give it like 1 or 2 more laps, and then 23 is going to be having to work his way by the 7 of 13-year-old Keith McGee. Or not Keith McGee. Tristan McGee. There we go. And on the outside, okay, McKee's just going to let him go by on the outside. Not too surprised by that move. He was already 6 laps down, so not really much for him to contend for anyways. But I don't think we're going to see any other cars just pull to the side. Thanks to everybody watching. Okay. The lap's continuing to tick by. Going to be 55 to go this time by at the stripe. And just they're continuing to play things pretty low-key throughout the top 10. Everybody just trying to save as much tire as they can right now. I'm still waiting to see when it's go time from the 03 and the 95. They really saved a lot and were very conservative in the early going of this run. I'm just worried that the 95 and the 03 have saved too much. I mean, they've waited too long to make their move. They're closing on 50 laps to go, and 50 laps goes by really quick on a short track. Now, some cautions can completely change the flow of that, but Dale Jr. currently still running down in 12th. Landon Huffman behind him in 13th. Dale Jr. finished 9th in this race a year ago, trying to better that result today. His best result in one of these late models was 3rd at North Wilkesboro. And the 23 now makes a move to the inside of, I believe, oh man, there's so much glow on those numbers. I cannot tell you who that is. Look at the leaderboard real quick. That is going to the inside of the 5 of Carter Langley. Actually, no, that's the 18. I think they're already a few laps down. That's the 18 of Anthony Adams. Next up is Carter Langley. And there you go. Now the 30 is going to go a lap down. Oh, and somebody's going to hit pit road. And I think that might have been the 7 of Keith McGee. He was already a few laps down. Okay, so Matt Cox is caught back up to the 23. We're going to see who saved something and who hasn't now with 47 laps to go. Your top 2 have pulled away from the rest of the field a decent amount. And there's 2 lapped cars side by side ahead of your leaders, but that's about half a straightaway before they encounter that. Barnhill getting by Hettinger for 19th. Yarborough still in 23rd. I'm starting to wonder if that car just fell off a rock in the second half or if he's really saving that much. It is very interesting. Josh Berry, who dominated the first half, it's just like that car has flipped a switch in the second half, and now he's dropped back, and it looks like he might fall back to 7th here soon. So, a year ago, this race was only 200 laps, and we have just crossed the checkered flag 6 laps ago. Now we got an extra 50 laps this year, and so we're going to see what difference that makes. Thanks for watching right now. We got 50 people tuned in here. This second half has honestly been pretty lacking compared to the first. I'm interested to see whether or not we see yellow flag. Because if we see one yellow, I know we're going to see another. That's how the first half went. I mean, we're clean and green for the first 65 laps, and then we could not get more than like 2 green flag laps in a row after that first yellow flag. Hey, we're almost up to 60 likes, guys. I appreciate it. Hit that subscribe button if you're new. And now Butterbean Queen starting to make some moves, working his way back towards the front, the defending winner of this race. He's gone by one Landon Huffman. Now he's going by the other. Working his way on the outside of the 28, and then the next car for him to pass is the 02. This is for, I believe, like 14th or 15th on the racetrack. Oh, now he's going to get stuck, though, behind the 02. Will jump to the outside and just essentially be a pick for the 28 to move back ahead of the 03, but the 03 will now slide by the 02 and try and make another challenge at the 28. So now Queen is up into the 14th position. 38 laps to go. And I just think at this point, Yarborough might have just genuinely fallen off a cliff, or he's waiting for that yellow flag, but I don't know if it's going to come in the way this race is going. Oh, and there we go. Caution, they were just talking about it, and the 75 and the 02 have gotten together, and that's a spin in turns 1 and 2, and there was another car that went around. The 5 is way off in the dirt somewhere, as well as, I think that's maybe the 09. And, man, they just spoke it into existence. The 43 of Connor Zilch also going around. Oh, he got some hard contact. They saw the 02 spin in the head, and it looks like they checked up in front of him, and he did not check up in time, and he got into the back of somebody big time. And that front left is caved in, and he is done for the night. And just like that, there's the yellow flag, and I think business is about to pick up tenfold. I think, hold on, I'm going to see if this works here. Okay, there we go, updated. Thanks for that update, chat. Yeah, sometimes the website will just stop like that. It's hard for me to notice sometimes. But thanks for somebody telling me that. Okay, here we go. No, I'm looking at the chat here. Oh, there. Yeah, the F1 race still starts in just 2 hours. Hopefully we're not still live when it's starting. But the way the first half of this race went when we got one yellow flag, we might see it happen again. So, yeah, it looks like the 75 just got on the inside of the 02 and just dumped him there. But then the 29, the 43 did not see that spin happen, and the 29 did, and he checked up big time. The 43 just ran into the back of him and ended his own night. Oh, what? Oh, 51 of Matt Cox running in second place. Matt Cox track champion of this racetrack during the year. And now he's competing with the big names here tonight. He ran in the top 3 pretty much the entire race. So it doesn't seem like I got an update from the broadcast yet, but some sort of issue for the 51 of Matt Cox. So this is the South Carolina 400 at Florence Motor Speedway that y'all are tuning into. But right now, Cade Brown in the 23 out front. Carson Quaffle in the 8 has slowly worked his way forward. Now he's in second. Then Laney Bice is in third. She's piloting the 21. And then Caden Honeycutt in the 10. He's been mixing up a decent amount tonight. And then the man that dominated the first half of this race, the 62 of Josh Berry, is running back in 5th, but he's kind of faded in the second half, but he might have just been conserving tire waiting for this caution, and now it's his opportunity to pounce that the field is now bunched back together. Yeah, okay, so Matt Cox stopped on the back straightaway. So not a diagnosis on the problem yet. Yeah, it sounds like 51 is still stuck on the backstretch. Okay, well that's probably going to be a very tough break for Matt Cox. Now, if he can get the car going again and get back to pit road, then he will not lose his track position. But right now, it doesn't seem like that's going to happen. Hey, we got 60 people in here right now. Feel free to drop a like and subscribe if you haven't already. Yeah, Michael, yeah, I think he's broke. Dark, where's your boy Dale? Dale, well, with that now happening, he, I think, is up to 11th. He's up to 11th right now. So just 2 spots where he finished a year ago. Yeah, update you on your run order. Cade Brown. And okay, so Matt Cox getting a push, but he's not rolling under his own power. He's getting pushed back to the pit lane. So that is a tough break for the track champion. Okay, it sounds like they're going to use this caution flag to give all the teams opportunity to come down pit road and get gas. Because originally they were supposed to go to 125 laps and just split this race in 2 halves, and that'd be like the stage break, and they'd all top off there. But because of the amount of caution flags in the first half, they had to move it up to lap 100. And now, even though we haven't really seen many yellow flags, just because they don't want to potentially see a lot more yellow flags, then fuel become a problem, they're going to offer teams the opportunity to come down and get gas here now. And so, yeah, 51 is pulling up to the hauler, and his night is done. Yeah, the steering wheel is off, and that is a tough way to end the night for Matt Cox after running top 3, basically top 2 almost the entire race. And he is slowly climbing out of that car. He is definitely disappointed in how his night is ending. Anyways, Cade Brown, Carson Quaffle, Laney Bice, Caden Honeycutt, and Josh Berry are top 5 right now. And then it's going to be Casey Kelly, Connor Zilch, Cody Kelly, Stephen Nassy, Jacob Hefner, your top 10. And then Dale Jr., Landon Huffman, not Landon, the YouTuber, different Landon Huffman. Brendan Queen, the defending winner of this race, Justin Milliken, and then Landon Huffman, the YouTuber, rounds out your top 15. And then Casey Wyatt, William Swalich, Truett Miranda, Bryant Hill, and Katie Hettinger round out your top 20. And Riley Gentry, Sam Yarbrough, a man that dominated this race a year ago and was really strong in the early going, but has since faded. Air Doug, Trent Barnes, Josh Williams, your top 25. Then David Roberts, Ronnie Bassett Jr., Carter Langley, Anthony Adams, and Paul Owens round out the guys that are still going in this race. Actually, I think I said Connor Zilch in there. He's actually done for the night. So, yeah, now the pace truck will lead the cars down pit road. And everybody's going to have an opportunity to top off on fuel here. Not an opportunity to change tires, but an opportunity to get fuel so that way they can make it to the end of the race. Okay, so we're going to put an updated poll in the chat on who we think's going to win. Also, hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. We got 55 people in here. Appreciate it if you hit that subscribe button. We are 26 subscribers away from 3,500. Yeah, new poll in the chat. So, oops, I forgot to end the other one already. Here we go. Okay, that one's ended. And I'm going to put up a new poll. So we'll put up, I'll put Cade Brown in this poll. I highly doubt he's going to be able to hold on just because I think he's probably burned up his stuff on the recent run-in. So 23, Cade Brown. And then I'm putting 8. Garson. Quaffle. And 62 of Josh Berry. And we'll put the defending winner, the 03 of Butterbean. Even though he's going to have to come from the back. You think Dale Jr. could punch out in the top 5? I mean, as long as he's able to avoid the carnage from here to the finish, I wouldn't rule it out. And if he saved enough tire. Yeah, one world, one goal. You're going to vote for Carson Quaffle now. Okay, we're seeing a few votes for Carson Quaffle. Yeah, you think Dale Jr. should be a latecomer and sneak into the top 5? Okay, I'd like to see it. I like the optimism, guys. Hey, we're almost up to 900 viewers on the night. Appreciate it. Hey, we're up to 3,475 subscribers. I appreciate it. So now we've gained like 16 subscribers on the night. Thank you all very much. Closing in on 1,000 viewers on the night. Thanks everybody that's tuned in so far. Okay, I see some votes now. 3 votes for Carson Quaffle, 1 vote for Butterbean. Y'all think he's going to be able to come from the back? I appreciate the optimism. I've got 65 people in here. Feel free to drop a like and subscribe, bringing you the final 38 laps of racing after this break in the race for all the teams to refill on gas and only refill on gas. That's because originally the race was supposed to be split into 2 halves, but there were so many cautions in the opening 125 lap stint that they had to shorten it to 100 laps so every team could make it on fuel. And now we're going here again, and they've decided to throw, well, under this yellow that was thrown for a spin in turns 1 and 2, they've decided to offer every team the opportunity to come down and get gas. Now everybody should be good on fuel to make it to the end. If we have enough caution flags to not make it to the end on this tank of fuel, then I think we have bigger problems. Yeah, the live commentators are explaining what I just said right now. Oh, it's going to do that thing again. All right, whatever. Okay, and now they're rolling back off of pit road, and we're going to have 38 laps to go. Remember, caution laps do not count until, I think 20 laps to go. Keep you updated. I mean, honestly, actually, everybody that's currently running towards the front of the field right now has started near the front of the field. Track position has been pretty key tonight. You've been able to make passes, but honestly, the car that made passing look the easiest tonight was by far and away the 10 of Caden Honeycutt. So I'd be interested to see how he does on this next restart. And what will the difference in tires be between the guys that decided to save a lot early in the going versus guys that pushed early in the going? Primarily, I'm going to be looking at the 03 and the 95. Now, you may be thinking we only have 38 laps to go. And yes, you would very much so be correct. But we only had 38 laps to go in the first stage of this race. And it took us an hour and 30 minutes to get through those 30 laps. We saw a flip. We saw like 9 cautions. So we'll see if that's the same case in stage number 2 of this South Carolina 400. All right, here we go. And lights are out on the pace truck. We're going to be going green next time by. Here we go. Green flag's going to be out next time by. 23 on the inside, 8 on the outside. So far, the inside line's been the preferred lane on every restart, but we have seen a few guys be able to roll the top side on the initial jump. Now, keep in mind, Matt Cox, who's running in second before this restart, had an issue, and now he is out of this race under this most recent caution. The green flag is in the air for Cade Brown and Travis Quaffle, and a good jump for the 8 car on the outside. He's still side-by-side down through turns 1 and 2, and he's rolling the top side. Off of turn number 2, he's going to have a run off the top, and they are side-by-side down the back straightaway. Give the edge to the 2 car. Through turns 3 and 4, off corner exit. I think the 8's going to have the advantage at the line. Yes, give it to him. Carson Quaffle leads with 37 laps to go. Now they're 3 wide behind him. Oh, boy, Josh Berry threw it in there way deep on Laney Bison. He's going to bump his way up into the 5th position. The 21's losing a few spots here on this restart, but further ahead, they're still side-by-side for the lead. Josh Berry, or not Josh Berry, the 8 of Carson Quaffle pushing it on the outside of Cade Brown. The 8 car is rolling that high side, and on the initial jump, the inside might have the advantage, but once you get into the run, I think the outside is where you want to be when you're trying to make that pass happen. Oh, and we got somebody slow in 1 and 2. Is that going to bring out the yellow flag? 35 laps to go. We don't see a yellow flag yet. And now the caution flag is out. And somebody has stopped up there. Yeah, they waited really late to throw that yellow flag. I think that is the 18. Okay, but it is. So Carson Quaffle is the command car or the control car at the time of the caution flag for the 18. I believe that is Zach Miracle, maybe. That stopped up there. And I think that might be the 18 of Anthony Adams. So I stand corrected. But now I got Quaffle, Brown, Honeycutt, Kelly, Barry, and Bice, your top 5. So a bit of shuffling there. Then it's, or actually no, Quaffle, Brown, Honeycutt, Kelly, Barry, your top 5. Then Bice, Kelly, Zilch. Earnhardt's now up to 9th. Hefner, round out your top 10. Then Nasty, both Landon Huffmans in 13th and 14th. Then Wyatt rounds out your top 15. Then Miranda, Hettinger, Barnes, Yarbrough, and Barnhill, your top 20. Where is Queen? Looking for the 03. Oh, he's in 11th. Okay, I just looked right past him. Okay. Okay, but Dale Jr. is now up to 9th, and we've seen throughout the night, honestly, he's been one of the best on the restarts, picking up quite a few spots. But now I'm interested to see how the 10 of Honeycutt restarts on the inside of row 2. He's also been quick on these restarts. I think Cade Brown is potentially going to get dropped like a rock now that he's lost that lead spot. I mean, since he led so much in that first half, the second half of the race, I'd have to imagine he's burned up quite a bit of his tire life. Thanks, everybody watching right now. We got 50 people in here. Feel free to drop a like and subscribe if you haven't already. All right. All right, Kurt Busch fan. Well, thanks for tuning in. We'll see about that. We'll see about that in the future. Okay. So the inside line has been the preferred line on most of the restarts, but we have seen if you time it just right, you can make the outside line work. And here we go. Carson Quaffle is going to willingly choose the outside. That's the first time we've seen that all night, and I think this is maybe the 20th restart. So that is really interesting by Carson Quaffle. I guess you do it once, you can do it again. We'll see how this works out for the number 8. On row 2, it's going to be the 10 on the inside and the 16 on the outside. Now, is Josh Berry going to make another gung-ho move on this restart? I'll be interested to see that. I mean, that was a really desperate move he made in the turns 1 and 2 last time by me. He just chucked it down there 3 wide. Essentially, had to just mailed it down there and just shoved the 21 up out of the way. So I think the lights will be going out on the pace truck this time. So we'll be getting the green flag next time by. We are closing in on the 4-hour mark in this year's South Carolina 400. And now we are down to 29 cars. I think a lot of people would love to see Dale Jr. win, but, I mean, it's going to take a lot. Currently in 9th to get to 1st. Oh, boy. Okay, guys. Carson Quaffle just turned his fastest lap of the night. The lap before the yellow flag came out, so he is definitely at the top of his game right now, and he'll have to be, as there are just 36 laps to go in the South Carolina 400. The green flag is back in the air. The 8 car leads him to green. And he's got a good jump here once again on the high side. He likes how it rolls up there. And he is going to clear Cade Brown off of turn number 2 down the back straightaway. Here comes the 10 in 3rd. The 23 still trying to hold it down low, but the 8's going to have that momentum off the high side and should be able to clear him again off turn 4. Now the 23 is still on the door numbers of that 8 into turns 1 and 2. Cade Brown fighting down low. This is his last opportunity. Once that 8 car clears him, he's gone. 23 fighting down low, but he's burning up any tire life he has left right now. 33 laps to go. And this time, off of turn number 2, Josh Berry is clear. Or not Josh Berry, Carson Quaffle is clear. And now, look at that. Josh Berry is going to clear Caden Honeycutt for 3rd. The 62, he saved quite a bit on that opening run, I'd have to imagine. Now he's just going all out from here to the finish. Oh, we got a spinner on the front straightaway, and the yellow flag is going to be out again. Somebody has stopped down low. Sounds like Josh Williams was one of the cars involved, and I think that is the one. And he is going in the right direction once again. But that'll get us re-racked another one time. I hear a lot of people rooting on Junebug in the chat. Well, now, though, on that restart, he did drop a spot. He is back to 10th now. Okay, Josh Williams with some front-end damage, it sounds like. The 5 also got some damage out of that. Okay. Well, I learned through the broadcast that it is the flagman's last night. He is retiring after this race, but I mean, with the amount of times he's had to use his arms tonight, he's getting his money's worth. Oh, also on the restart. Oh, the 95 got into the wall big time, but then even further back, the one they're 4 wide. They are squeezed, and there's nowhere to go. That's not going to work. Well, we've lost power. Hold on. Yeah. Okay, there we go. The 11. So it just sounds like 4 wide off of turn 4, and then they're 3 wide ahead of him. The 95 got into the wall a decent amount, so that's probably not going to hurt his pace much, but really it was behind the 95. It was the one that gets hooked up across the 5 and the 11, and the 5 and the 11 get probably the worst end of that, honestly, with a bunch of nose damage to those cars. Does anybody know when they start counting the caution laps, with how many laps left that starts? Appreciate if somebody in the chat could let me know. Yeah, tighten the belts, says Mark. Kurt Busch, I understand. I understand wanting to sleep. See you next time. I think he will get a bit more aggressive like he did last year, but it'll still be fun. Oh, yeah. Okay, looking at the chat. 43% of y'all say Carson Quaffle, 36% say Josh Berry, 14% say Butterbean, 7% say Cade Brown. And yeah, on that last restart, Butterbean didn't make up any spots. He needs to. He's running out of time. He actually lost spots. He's lost 1. Now he's back to 12th. Okay, Josh Williams' night is done. And oh my gosh, I didn't even realize they brought the full-on hauler. They brought one of the cup haulers, man. Or like Xfinity haulers. I mean, woo. A few other teams have that big of a haulers too, so I guess it's not too crazy, but and they brought the big guns, and they did not have the pace all night. They got Chris Rice there, and yeah, yeah, tonight was not the night, though, for Josh Williams. Meanwhile, the 5, it looks like he was also involved in that wreck. He's going to keep going. But, I mean, that pretty heavy left front damage on him. That's Carter Langley, I believe. So, Matt Cox is done. So, we were down to 28. I think now we're down to 27 after that crash. Maybe 26. I'll be right back. I have to use the bathroom. There we go. That was graceful. Oh, boy. I didn't realize we were going green that soon. Okay, Barry out front. Oh, my God. Barry's up to second. He's really making it work on – or no, he's on outside, so he's still in third. Barry's really putting the pressure on him, though. It's Quaffle out front. Cade Brown still in second. Barry in third, then Honeycutt in fourth. Laney Bice challenging Honeycutt for fourth, though, on the outside. And they are pushing further back in the bottom half of the top 10. Man, they are really – the line has totally shifted, man. You're seeing a lot more guys try and cycle around that top side of the racetrack, making time up there. Quaffle, though, still being challenged by Cade Brown in the 23 down low. Brown, I thought, was going to fade once he got past for the lead, but he is still fighting. But he's got a mirror of Josh Berry right now. And look at Dale Jr. thinking about trying to squeeze it through the middle, 3 wide off a turn 4, man. Woo! And now Jr. all over the back of the 16 at Kelly, and he is up in the 7th position right now, or contending for the 7th position, trying to move up to 6th, and right behind him is the 03 of Butterbean. He is moving forward in them fresh tires off a turn 4. Oh, man, that door is about to slam shut on Jr. off a turn 4, man. They look 3 wide through the center of the turn, but There's just not quite an opportunity for the 3 to get there. Now he's going to clear the 57, so he might be able to make it happen here. Here we go. Dale Jr. to the inside of Kelly. This is for 6th. Oh, and they're going to stack up behind him there for a second. The 57 getting into the back of the other 57. Butterbean, though, continuing to move forward now. He is up to 7th. 29 laps to go. Make it 28 at the stripe, and they're side by side for the lead off of turn 4. Quaffle pulls ahead with the momentum. Quaffle on the outside. And oh, the yellow flag is back out. And trouble turn 4. This is going to be in that really backpack of the field. But with how hard they are running, I'm not too surprised. Oh, the 29. Man, he has been involved in quite a few events, quite a few incidents tonight. Oh, boy. This has been quite the race. Thanks to everybody watching. Woo! Oh. 3,475 y'all subscribe. Appreciate it. And if you're just tuning in, drop a like and hit that subscribe button. And hey, thanks to everybody watching tonight. We have hit 1,000 viewers throughout this South Carolina 400, man. Woo! I really got almost 70 of you guys watching right now. I appreciate it. Depends on what Steve said. Use it to be 30 laps. They didn't count. Tighten the belts. Yep. Tighten the belts. And we might still be live when the Las Vegas GP starts. Only an hour and a half away. Okay, they're going to try and get them going as fast as they can. The lights are already out on the pace truck. The 8 is on the outside, and now it's the 23 still on the inside. Then the 10 is on the outside of row 2, and the 62 on the inside of row 2. 21 on the inside of row 3 with the 16 to his outside. Those are your first 3 rows. Carson Quaffle continuing to try to hold him off. Josh Berry trying to get back out front after dominating the first half of this race. Dale Jr. also now into the top 10. He is rolling off 9th, and the defending winner, Butterbean Queen, rolls off from 10th outside of row number 5. Green flag is back in the air in the South Carolina 400. Good jump by both lanes down into turn 1. The 8's going to use that momentum off of the high side to try and get a run down the back straightaway, but the 23 edges ahead into turns 3 and 4. And Cade Brown going to try and surge ahead on the inside. Quaffle choosing the top as the control car. Is that not going to be the smart move here in the finish? Or in the long run? Quaffle on the outside. Trying to hold on. The 23 of Cade Brown still pushing down low. Oh, and he's going to get into the door of Quaffle on the entrance of turn 1 and 2. Rubbin is racing now, boys. Oh, we got a slow car on the front stretch. We'll see if we stay green. Oh, man, it is going to be a yellow flag. Landon Huffman has stopped in the 75. High Rock Vodka. Oh, boy. Now, who's going to be the control car? It was the person that was leading last time at the stripe. I think it might be Cade Brown then. Oh, boy. It looks like he's gotten into the wall or something. No, actually, not really. He's just stopped. Okay, here we go. He stopped right at the start finish, or a little past it, but I mean, he's been really not in contention all night. Been a tough night for Landon Huffman, but you know, I mean, caution record for sure tonight, man. Yikes. 3,476 of y'all are subscribed. I appreciate it. 24 subs away from 3,500. Hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. Man, we've seen 3,476 cautions tonight, man. Oh, brother. Cade Brown was leading at the last restart, so now he'll be the control car. I don't think we're going to see much of a different restart because he prefers the inside and Quaffle prefers the outside. So once again, it's going to be the 23 down low and the 8 up high. And then row 2 will be Josh Berry and Honeycutt once again. Row 3 will be Casey Kelly and Laney Bice. Row 4 now. Dale Jr.'s up to 7th, and Brendan Queen is up to 8th. They continue to pick off spots. Jacob Hefner and Connor Zilch round out your top 10. And then Stephen Nassy, Cody Kelly, your top 12. Landon S. Huffman and Air Doug are on row number 7. Then Katie Hedinger rounds out your top 15. Then Sam Yarbrough in 16th. I mean, I think they may have just fallen off the pace, man, because now it's not time to save anymore. I think he saved too long. Then it's Carter Langley, Ronnie Bassett Jr., Trent Barnes, Riley Gentry, David Roberts, Paul Owens, Anthony Adams, and Casey Wyatt round out the cars still in this race. So we just have 25 still on track, and if Landon Huffman's done, then it'll be just 24. The attrition rate is just massive tonight. Yeah, now they're looking at the fuel tank. I mean, they literally pitted like 10 laps ago. That wouldn't make sense. I mean, maybe they're hoping they would go green and he'd be lighter and pass a bunch of these guys, but I'd have to imagine just something with a fuel line that's not working now. Yeah, they've got the rear deck lid popped up on the 75 High Rock vodka machine. And now we are currently at the 3 hour and almost 30-minute mark of this race. Wow. $65 of y'all in here right now. I appreciate it. Woo. All right, my throat is so dead right now, but it has been a fun evening. Another fun South Carolina 400 with y'all. And here we go. Brown on the outside this time, so he's going to make it work up high, or at least attempt to. Quaffle down low. This is a changeup up before, and it's Honeycutt up high with big momentum coming on the outside, and Brown's going to clear for the lead. Now Honeycutt on the outside of Quaffle for second. And here we go. Caden Honeycutt on the outside of Quaffle for second, but it's Cade Brown surging ahead for the lead. Caden Honeycutt up high in second place. Cade Brown's got about a car length or two of cushion. Now it's Barry on the inside of Quaffle for third, and he's making that pass happen. Further back, Earnhardt Jr. is back in eighth. Honeycutt trying to roll the top side. Quaffle actually hanging on his own in a fight with Barry for third place. Going to be 25 laps to go this time by at the line. Your top four have broken away from the rest of the field. Honeycutt, that outside line is not working for him. Cade Brown, man, I thought he wasn't going to have the tire life here in the long going, but for now he is holding on. And Butterbean is stuck back in the second car on the outside. I think he's up to 7th place, so he may have picked up one spot on the restart, getting by Dale Jr., who's in 8th. And Dale Jr., I think, might have a bit of damage on the front right, maybe causing the tire rub. We'll keep you updated on that. Now we have it. Butterbean on the outside of the 16 at Kelly. Moving forward. And I think he's side by side with the 16 now through 1 and 2. Can he get enough momentum to try and clear him off of exit? Almost actually loses positions there. And the 3 trying to almost push the 03 forward. And Butterbean is almost clear of the 16 now down the back straightaway with 22 laps to go. The thing is, he's got the 21 running his same line right in front of him. That is slowing him down. No 3 will now clear the 16. Now he's going to duck to the inside of the 21 of Bice. Challenging for a top 5 position now. No, the 3's going to almost get over the rear berm, catch some sparks underneath that car. And Brown is just pulling away. Butterbean to the inside of Bice. It's still not enough. Dale Jr.'s now cleared the 16 of Kelly. He's back into 7th. Thanks for subscribing. And the 03 still fighting with the 21. It's not enough for now. Cade Brown is setting sail. 18 laps to go. He's just trying to see that checkered flag. Quaffle now starting to put pressure back on Honeycutt. And the 03, he's going to make contact with the 21 off of turn 2, trying to shove her up the racetrack. Oh, and they are going to make heavy contact there. 03 almost sideways for a second, but he is now finally clear of Bice, and he can go and chase down the top 4. He's up to 5th. He's trying to go back-to-back in the South Carolina 400. Oh, and now Junior's going to run. Oh, and Junior's going to get into the side of the 21, and he's going to give up some positions to the 16 and the 57 and the 28 trying to fly by down low. And that's not per se on Junior. I think he got squeezed up the racetrack a bit, but I mean, that's just late race action right there. Rubbin is racing at this point. But it's Brown, Honeycutt, Quaffle, Barry, and Queen, your top 5. Thanks to everybody watching. The laps are winding down. Just 15 to go in the South Carolina 400. Out front is Brown, but Junior still holds on to the top 10 spot for now. Running in 9th. Actually running in 10th, trying to get by Bice for 9th. They're up to 3,477 subscribers. I appreciate it. And Junior's almost clear of Bice. 14 laps to go. Time is running out. Man, some of these cars look like they've been through a demo derby. But one of the cleanest on the track is the number 23, who's out front right now with 13 laps to go. He leads by 1.4 seconds. It is his race to lose right now. Cade Brown looks untouchable right now. With 12 laps to go, it is going to take a monstrous effort for Honeycutt or Quaffle or anybody else to catch up to the 23. Right now, he is just hoping not to see that yellow flag. I mean, I honestly completely doubted Cade Brown. I thought he used up way too much of his stuff way too early on. Man, Quaffle is getting blocked hard by Honeycutt right now. That could be a potential caution, honestly. How much patience does Quaffle have in the 8 car? 10 laps to go. Going to be 9 to go this time by as Brown works his way through turns 3 and 4 once again. I mean, the 23 is just on a different level right now. I mean, he's pulling away and making it look easy. Earnhardt's starting to pick up a few more of the positions that he lost. He's now gotten by Kelly. He's back up to 8th, trying to get by Huffman for 7th now. 8 laps to go. Doug, it sounds like, got shoved in the wall a little while ago, but he is able to keep going. Dang, Quaffle is gaining so much on entry, just not enough of a run there on exit. The different lines of the racetrack right now are so interesting. You have your leader down low, painting the apron, and then you have the 10 and the 8 almost all the way up to the edge of the racetrack. Oh! The 8 and the 10 are getting together there in turns 3 and 4. Quaffle is pushing it to the limit. The 23 working his way by some lap traffic. And we got a yellow flag now. I don't know if Quaffle's got a problem or if the track is having an issue. Oh, somebody is off the track in turns 1 and 2. That's going to be the yellow flag. That is... that's the 88 air Doug. So it sounds like, and he's got a fire underneath that car. So he got pushed off, or he got in the wall a little while ago. So maybe got a flat and just ended up going over the edge. I got to put out that fire, man. So we are going to see another restart, so it is not over, but I'm so interested to see what happens with Quaffle here. I mean, we saw that car almost bumping up and down going through turns 1 and 2. I mean, like, big time. I don't know if it's just I'm not super familiar with the racetrack. I don't know if maybe the track's not usually got this wide of a groove. Maybe you guys don't run up there that often, so maybe they don't really worry about how flat the pavement is up there, or if there is just a genuine problem on the 8 of Quaffle, or what. This is interesting to me now. Trying to figure out what is up with the 8 of Carson Quaffle. So, yeah, they're showing a replay of it now. I mean, just gosh. I can't tell if it's that section of pavement, but I mean, I think it's just a dip in the pavement for the 8 car. I mean, it looks like it's driving fine. I think it's just a dip in the pavement. And he just lined it up or centered it up perfectly, and that car looked like it was going on a little roller coaster ride. My goodness. And we're 23 subs away from 3,500. Appreciate it if you hit that subscribe button, guys. Only 6 more laps of action coming your way. Actually, 7 laps to go. My bad. So that's even better. Even 1 more lap of action we have to witness. Let me know in the chat, who do you think is going to get the victory in this year's South Carolina 400? We might still be live when it comes to the start of the F1 race at this point. Oh, my goodness. Woo. Oh, I got to put up the poll for which the countdown till NASCAR is back. Every day we put up a poll of just essentially 4 cars that represent the number of days till NASCAR is back. And today it is 77 days till NASCAR returns for Busch Clash at the Coliseum. So yeah, Cade Brown honestly had so much momentum going his way, and now it's gone just like that. We'll have to see how you can hang. So it's going to be Cade Brown on the outside, and this is it. The pace truck is pulling in. Cade Brown on the outside. Caden Honeycutt on the inside. Here we go. 7 laps to go. Good restarts by both lanes. Honeycutt, he's going to rough him up into turn 1. He shoves him up the racetrack. Honeycutt out to the lead. An aggressive move from the 10. Now the 23, all the gloves are going to be off. There's no holding back now. He just got roughed up by the 10. Now he's going to rough him up back. He runs him up the racetrack in 3 and 4. And now it's Cade Brown back to the lead. Oh my goodness. Cade Brown out front. 6 laps to go. Honeycutt is now back to second. What can he do? Can he challenge him back? Oh boy, Honeycutt got as physical as he could, and Cade Brown returned the favor. 5 laps to go this time by at the line. Now look out, Butterbean is up into third as we cross the stripe, but it's only 5 laps to go. He doesn't have the time to get there. Cade Brown out front and driving away once again. The 23 has been the dominant car in the second half of this race. The 03 and the 8 are racing hard for the 3rd position. Still, the green flag is out. Further back, Dale Earnhardt Jr. still hanging in there, I think, in the back of the top 10. Oh, boy. Cade Brown is just driving away. He is making it look easy. Going to be 3 laps to go this time by. Cade Brown. I mean, I don't know what there is to say. I mean, he has made this look like Max Verstappen in the Las Vegas GP later tonight. I mean, he has been in the league of his own for the last 150 laps. He has taken the lead and not looked back. 2 laps to go now. Honeycutt and Quaffle battling hard for second place. But it's not going to be enough. 03 throws a big block down there on the 28 of Landon Huffman. And the white flag is out. 4 more corners between Cade Brown and a South Carolina 400 victory. Down the back straightaway for the final time. Into turns 3 and 4. Cade Brown has taken the lead and not looked back. And he is going to collect the checkered flag here at Florence Motor Speedway and make it look easy as they're almost wrecking across the finish line. Honeycutt comes home second. Quaffle third. Butterbean, the defending winner, comes home in fourth. Actually, no, Barry comes home in fourth, I believe, and Butterbean comes home in fifth. Sixth, Hefner seventh, and Earnhardt Jr. improves 1 position from last year and comes home in eighth. Then Zilch ninth, and Langley rounds out your top 10. Massey, Casey Kelly, Bice, Barnes, Yarbrough, your top 15. Bassett, Kelly, Cody Kelly, that is, Hettinger, Gentry, Paul Owens, Casey Wyatt, Adams, Air Doug. Actually, no. Anthony Adams is the last of your finishers. Only 22 cars finish out of the 41 that started tonight's race. Thanks, ladies and gentlemen, who tuned in tonight. Appreciate it if you drop a like and subscribe before you head out. 80 of y'all in here. Thanks to everybody that watched. This is Freeman Motorsports. This is the South Carolina 400. Thanks to everybody that's watched. And, yeah. I don't know when we'll be live next, but right now, Cade Brown is burning it down. He doesn't care when we're going to be live next because he just won the South Carolina 400, one of the biggest late model races of the year. And that's going to be a nice way for him to close out his 2023 season, collecting another checkered flag. Let me know in the chat what were your thoughts on that race. Thanks to the almost 1,100 of y'all that tuned in at some point tonight. Oh, boy, I thought Honeycutt was going to get there, but, man, Cade Brown cannot be touched at the end, man. I mean, Honeycutt chucked it in there. He gave him the shove. He gave him what it thought it was going to be. He gave him, honestly, almost just a dump and run, but the 23 was able to return the favor. And you know what? They pushed, but they kept it generally clean, and I can appreciate that. And look at that. We still got an hour before the Las Vegas GP, everybody. So you can take a power nap before you stay up for another 2 hours. Oh, boy. Once again, thanks to everybody who's tuned in tonight. It has been a blast to be back, and I think we're going to be streaming again at some point in the near future. We've been on about a 3-month hiatus, but I have missed this. I love this short track racing, man. Honestly, this is the best racing product you can go out and find. This is better than NASCAR. It's better than F1. It's better than IndyCar. At least in my opinion. Hey, thanks to everybody that did subscribe tonight. We got 18 new subscribers. It was a blast. It's honestly been like the biggest day for the channel. I mean, the channel really hasn't been active in a minute, but this has been the biggest day for the channel in quite some time. Ooh. Thanks to everybody watching, man. All right, I think we're going to wrap it up here pretty soon. One World One Cup, great job covering this tonight. Happy Thanksgiving. Happy Thanksgiving to you as well. Happy Thanksgiving to everybody watching. Thanks for the coverage. You're welcome, Dark. Well, shout out to Cade Brown in the 23. Honeycutt had, I think, one of the drives of the night. He, I believe, is probably the biggest mover in this race, if I'm not mistaken. Dale Jr., once again, solid result. Back-to-back top 10s in the South Carolina 400. Hopefully he comes back in 2024. And it looks like only the 4% that voted in the poll for Cade Brown to pull off this win. You were right. Congratulations. I think that might be the smallest percentage of people that voted in the poll that got it right in the history of this channel. All right, then, guys. I think with that, I'm going to head out. Thanks for tuning in, Martha. I'll see you guys in the next one. I'm out. This has been the South Carolina 400, commentated by Freeman Motorsports.